Good morning, everyone, and I will now call to order the Clackamas County Development Agency Budget Committee. I'll ask the members of the Budget Committee to introduce themselves, and maybe we can start over here to the right.
Hi, my name is Michal Conley.
Diana Helm, Clackamas County Commissioner.
Blaine Scalhidi, Happy Valley resident.
Hi, Craig Roberts.
Martha Schrader, Clackamas County Commissioner.
Ryan Founds, Happy Valley resident.
Paul Savas, Commissioner.
Andrea Smith.
Sandra Montoya, Budget Manager.
And we'll come back over here.
Clerk to the Board, Andrew Draki.
Elizabeth Comfort, Finance Director and Budget Officer.
All right, and how about you two folks up front? I'll have you introduce yourselves.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Dan Johnson. I'm the Director of the Department of Transportation and Development.
Dave Queener, Program Supervisor for the Development Agency.
All right, so first thing on our agenda is I'll open the floor for nominations for chair. Does anybody like to make a nomination for chair?
I nominate Andrea Smith as chair.
And is there a second? Second, all right. Andrea Smith has been nominated, and as nominated by Blaine Scalhidi. I'm sorry if I
That's what you
missed
got
it. And seconded by Ryan Founds. And are there any other nominations? All right, hearing none. Any input or conversations anybody has before we move on? All right, I'll close the nominations, and I'll turn to our clerk to call the poll.
Mr. Founds.
Aye.
Commissioner Helm.
Aye.
Ms. Conley.
Aye.
Commissioner Savas. Aye. Mr. Scalhidi.
Aye.
Commissioner Schrader.
Aye.
Ms. Smith.
Aye.
Mr. Chair.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0, Mr. Chair.
All right, now it's my honor to have Andrea Smith has been elected chair, and I get to turn it over to you. So thank you very much for stepping up.
I will now open the floor for nominations for secretary.
I nominate Ryan Founds as the secretary.
I second the motion.
All right. Ryan Founds has been nominated. Are there any further nominations? Hearing none, nominations are closed. Clerk, would you please call the poll?
Mr. Scalhidi.
Aye.
Commissioner Schrader.
Aye.
Ms. Conley.
Aye.
Commissioner Savas. Aye. Mr. Founds.
Aye.
Commissioner Helm.
Aye.
Chair Roberts.
Aye.
Madam Chair Smith.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0, Madam Chair.
Ryan Founds has been elected secretary. I will now ask Dan Johnson, Director of Transportation and Development, to present the budget message.
Great. Thank you so much. Thanks so much for being here for the Development Agency and this important work. I have the pleasure of presenting the fiscal year 26-27 annual budget for your consideration today. Essentially a budget totaling $41,817,743 with appropriations of $31,610,345. The Development Agency, basically for the sake of the citizens who might be watching today, is the Urban Renewal Authority for Clackamas County, responsible for implementing the urban renewal plans. Currently, there are 3 urban renewal plan areas within the county: the Clackamas Town Center area, Clackamas Industrial area, and the Clackamas Revitalization area. Each district has a plan with projects customized to meet the needs of the area, to remove blighting influences, improving the economic vitality in and around the area, increasing jobs, and improving each plan area's image and function. With that, we'll hop into the budget. What you see before you on the first slide is essentially a roll-up. You'll see there are 4 funds we'll be discussing today, and we'll go through those fund by fund as we move through the budget today. Next, please. Thank you so much. The first fund is Fund 353. And this fund is essentially the North Clackamas Revitalization Tax Increment Fund. The North Clackamas Revitalization is the only area that we are currently have an active levy that we are currently collecting tax increment financing on. The other 2 districts or areas, we're essentially using collected money to complete the remainder of the projects, and there's no more money being collected. Those levies have terminated, and all those dollars have gone back to the tax rolls. So when you see these 300 accounts or these 300 funds, it's where the increment is coming in. So if you look at the revenue as a whole, primarily consists of beginning fund balance, and then you're going to see the $5.79 million in there from taxes. That is the increments coming in from the levy that's going to fund the projects that we'll be discussing here in a minute. On the expense side, there are two primary areas of expense within this fund, one of which is debt service. We have a bond that we still have debt service payments on that we're paying down in the North Clackamas revitalization area, and those dollars come out, as you see the $1.3 million there. And then you're going to see this transfers line. The transfers line is essentially money that comes out of this savings account or this increment fund and goes into the operating account, which is Fund 453, which is where we do the projects out of. And we'll talk about that here in just 1 second. Next slide, please. Next slide is Fund 450, which is the Clackamas Town Center Development Area Fund. As we discussed, the levy within this district is terminated. We are not receiving any additional increment in this area. So all the monies that you see are either one, beginning fund balance, or our revenues that are collected via sales of assets. And assets, we have a number of properties within this area that we're actively marketing that we'll collect funding from and then redirect out to projects. You'll see within the expense lines, the primary expense line is capital. We are actually pooling money in there to do, trying to target to do phase 2 of, we call it Clackamas Town Center Mobility Project, which is essentially those improvements that were in the Sunnyside Road. We had to split that project into 2 phases. Phase 1's been complete, which is the work that's been done from Sunnyside, essentially Stevens Road, down Sunnyside Road, all the way in front of the Clackamas Town Center area. Phase 2 is the intersection of Sunnyside Road and 82nd, which had to be split off as a separate project. We're looking, once additional revenues are secured, to advance that project. We've got the design that has to be dusted off, but essentially advance that second phase of that project, which is a capacity improvement project for that entire area and a safety improvement project. Next slide, please. This is Fund 451. This is our Clackamas industrial area. Like the Clackamas Town Center, this levy's been terminated. There's no more revenue coming in here. And so all the revenue that you see is essentially beginning fund balance that has come from prior years. And or there could be sales of assets. We have a number of small properties down in there that we're looking to liquidate that we'll be directing towards projects. On the expense side, it's a little odd because you look at the capital line is low, but you'll see the special payments line. What we are doing within this fund and within this area is the Board of County Commissioners has actively been looking to advance the Sunrise Corridor. And so we're using a lot of the remaining money that's within this district to achieve that objective. There's 2 specific matches that are coming out of this fund. One is for the regional flexible funds, which is the $12.5 million that we were able to secure from Metro. There's a match that's coming out of here to the tune of, I think, about $1.5 million. The second is the Bill Grant, which is essentially improvements to, we're looking to secure money. We're partnering with Happy Valley, looking to secure money for the Rock Creek interchange. And there's about a $4 million match from this particular fund to match against the money from Happy Valley to then secure those funds to complete that project. I believe that Bill Grant's 25 or 30 million.
I think it's 25.
Yeah, so 24 million to advance that project. Next slide, please. Last but not least, is our North Clackamas Revitalization Area Fund. Keep in mind, we talked about the savings account, which was a 300 account. Now you're talking about the operating account, which is the 453. Revenue from here is either consistent of one beginning fund balance, or you're going to see this other interfund transfers line. That's the money that's coming in from the increment fund, that's coming in from the savings account. It's being transferred into here to do the projects. You'll see to the tune of about $7 million. We have a number of different projects planned within this area. Dave, and you introduced yourself earlier. My apologies, Dave. This is Dave, everybody. Dave Queener can answer more specifics about those projects, but essentially we've got a couple, we continue to do a couple capital construction projects, namely finishing up Monroe, which is recently near completion. We're looking at actively moving forward on a project with Stanley, which is in partnership with the City of Milwaukee. And then we have some partnerships we're doing with our Health, Housing, and Human Services folks over on North Clackamas Parks and Rec District, over on Hawthorne Park, that's going to build some parks within the area as well. So that is about, looking ahead. We have one more slide to discuss. Looking ahead, there's a couple opportunities on the opportunity side for the next year. We are actively looking to market properties. We take all these active requests in front of the Board of County Commissioners to liquidate these assets. We liquidate these assets not for speculative development, but we do it for certain projects. So when opportunities come forward, that may create jobs, or improve blighting influences in the area, look to redevelop properties we have. We bring them forward to the board for consideration, and we move forward with a couple of those properties through what we call development agreements. We set up a development agreement basically outlining who's going to do what, how much money the transaction is going to entail, and what the performance standards are for the developer in that particular piece of property. We've got a number of those actively moving forward right now. And then next opportunity is we don't have a lot of money left within these tools, and so especially with outside of the North Clackamas revitalization area, so we're looking to leverage these funds as much as we can. And by leveraging, it's like, how do we use these dollars to close gaps, to leverage, to get other funding, to do bigger and broader projects that look to improve or meet the standards within the districts or within the areas. Again, on the 26-27 challenges, the remaining funding is still a challenge. This tool is kind of twilighting. We don't have any active districts besides the North Clackamas revitalization area. That's probably halfway through its life, a little bit over halfway through its life. And by life, I mean reaching maximum indebtedness, which is the maximum amount that levy can collect that can be funded towards projects. With that, Dave and I would be happy to answer. We have one more slide, which is essentially just a roll-up again of the entire budget. We'd be happy to answer any questions you might have regarding the development agency.
Thank you. Do any members of the committee have questions?
I have a question. The Sunnyside Road improvements, so mobility improvements there, as an example, certainly understand that the spirit and the intention of the development agency is to, improve areas that are perceived or blighted, right, and to make the area look great. And along Sunnyside Avenue, for example, knowing we did a large project there and there's more to come as that's in the budget here, and I saw the plans for that. Still hearing concerns about the maintenance and landscaping of both the sides of the road and the center divider, and not just there, but everywhere where there's development agency footprint. Is there maintenance built in to the development agency? I can't see the detail here, and if it's not, is it DTD? Who's responsible for keeping that area? We've put millions of dollars in there. It seems like we have a responsibility to make it clean, beautiful, and neat as possible.
Yeah, so with the development agency, we actually statutorily are prohibited from using funds for maintenance. But when we do complete a project, we do transfer the maintenance responsibilities over to our transportation maintenance department to take care of those. And then there's also circumstances, in particular like with Sunnyside, there's a portion of that where the town center is actually responsible for maintaining a portion of that as well as part of our agreements with the town center. So sometimes it goes to adjacent property owners, but otherwise, within a right-of-way, it would go to our transportation maintenance folks to take care of those.
And we all, regarding because we talked about this previously, about that intersection up there, there's also a transition period for some of those projects. Once they come off the capital side, we have an establishment period for some of that landscaping. And so that transition can be awkward. We were at that, when we talked last time about that particular area, it was still under the establishment period for the contractor. And they went out there and did the maintenance on it. Once that's complete, which I think it is, we'll be working with our transportation maintenance group to increase it and expand the current contracts they have for landscape maintenance along that corridor.
Okay. Is there a maintenance agreement between the development agency and DTD? Seems to be there ought to be something, right, to assure that maintenance is done?
We take all of our how do I say this? We run our plans to review by our transportation maintenance group, and when we take right of way or expand these projects, we don't take anything in the interest of the agency. We take it in the interest of the county, and so which is not historically how it was done. That we've kind of righted that ship where we take we take easements, right of way easements. So essentially, the development agency is working as an agent of the county to build that project, and when that project is completed, is accepted by the county in its totality for maintenance responsibility. And that acceptance is that agreement to maintain the road.
All right, thank you.
Hi. A couple things you touched on, and I'm just looking for high-level kind of description. You talked about the Monroe project, the Stanley Road project, and North Clackamas revitalization. Maybe just high-level talk about those projects. Could you more of a educational for us?
Yeah, so those are, our biggest one is Stanley coming up in this next budget cycle. We are finishing up again Monroe, but we do have a lot of other smaller projects we're initiating throughout the area. Drainage improvements is a big concern out in the North Clackamas revitalization area, so we're working with our Wes internally, as well as our maintenance folks and whatnot to start to work on that. And address those issues. That's kind of a big one coming up for us. The others that we have, Bell Avenue, that's some ADA improvements. There's some things that we're finishing up there. Some bridge improvements potentially out there across Johnson Creek Boulevard as well. Those are some bridges out there that are substandard or either structurally or with pedestrian, lack of pedestrian facilities, so we're working on those types of projects. So there's a lot of smaller projects we're working on. The Hawthorne Park, that's a ped crossing to improve access over to Hawthorne Park. And then the community center, we're working to kind of finalize some things out there with regard to infrastructure improvements with that facility as well. So a lot of different things happening all over that area. Some are kind of smaller that you probably won't see a lot of news about, but things that are very important to that area. And then also I just do want to also comment on the Monroe project that is wrapping up. This is also in conjunction with a new park that's out in that area that we've been working with the Parks District to get done. So they are initiating that. We're helping with the design of that project as well. So it is a significant park that's going to be coming into that area in the near future as well. So
Just to expand on that briefly, this district's a little bit different than a lot of our other ones. A lot of the primary directives in this area was housing stabilization. If you can recall back a long time ago, one of the primary efforts there was sanitary sewer service. A lot of the houses were on septic, so one of the initial projects was a partnership with West to go out there and establish a sewer system. Also, to expand on that, this program, we have programs in here as well for individuals that meet certain financial thresholds that are maybe struggling to remain in their house due to housing improvements or roofs or heating systems or things like that. So there's programmatic work going on as well to kind of stabilize the housing market within those areas and keeping those people within their homes. So, which this is unique to this district. It was one of the directives that we got when we developed the plan.
Right. Well, first of all, thank you. A lot of, I think, really important projects, and also want to compliment on the ADA issue you just touched on. So I think some of those things might be a little on the big scale, but they really make a big impact. So thank you. Go ahead.
Any other questions from the committee? No? Okay. I will now open the public hearing. Clerk, will you please moderate in-person and virtual testimony?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you're attending this meeting in person and wish to comment on this specific item, this is your opportunity to please come forward, introduce yourself, and you'll have 3 minutes. Madam Chair, seeing no one physically present wish to comment, with your assent, I'll move to those attending virtually. If you're attending this meeting virtually and wish to comment, this is your opportunity to please raise your hand, and I will call on you in the order that I see. Madam Chair, I see no members of the public either physically or virtually present who wish to comment.
Thank you, Andrew. Seeing no one who wishes to speak, I will now close the public hearing. Do committee members have any questions or comments? Hearing none further, I will now entertain a motion on the budget.
I move that the Clackamas County Development Agency Budget Committee approve the budget for fiscal years 26 and 27 in the amount of $41,817,000.
Mr. Founds, I'm sorry, is your microphone on?
Hello? Oh, sorry. All right, I'll start over. I move that the Clackamas County Development Agency Budget Committee approve the budget for fiscal year 26-27 in the amount of $41,817,743 with appropriations of $31,610,345 as presented.
Second.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the Clackamas County Development Agency Budget Committee approve the budget for fiscal year 26-27 in the amount of $41,817,743 with appropriations of $31,610,345 as presented. Is there any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, clerk, would you please call the poll?
Commissioner Helm,
Aye.
Mr. Founds,
Aye.
Commissioner Savis,
Aye.
Ms. Conley,
Aye.
Commissioner Schrader,
Aye.
Mr. Skohidi,
Aye.
Chair Roberts,
Aye.
Madam Chair Smith.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0, Madam Chair.
Is there any further business before this committee? Hearing none, this committee is adjourned.
Thank you.
And thank you, everyone, for your work.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Thank
Sure,
you.
oh, my pleasure. Have a good day today.
You too.
Okay. Next up, we have is the Service District Number 5. Dan Johnson will be presenting. And there's one fund with the special district.
Thank you again.
Swap you out here, Chair. And I can take that one.
Okay.
Which one? Is this the lighting committee one?
You're good. You can.
Hang out.
Good morning. Good. Did you have a good week?
Oh, my gosh.
Our name on here?
Wonderful.
You can choose spot. Oh, boy. I'll choose. I know this guy's pretty nice.
How you doing,
Got a
sir?
seat up here for you. This is called the hot seat.
Congratulations on your election.
Yeah, I still have a runoff though.
I know.
Yeah, the last little girls get together.
Okay, as we get ready, remember your microphones are still hot. And so we'll wait to begin here.
First time ever been cold ice to the private.
Oh, really?
Are you
Talk too loud.
ready, Andrew? Do you feel like you're ready to go, sir? All right. Well, I will now call to order the Service District Number 5 Street Lighting Budget Committee, and I would ask the members of the Budget Committee to please introduce yourselves, and we'll start all the way over here, this time on the left. How about you?
My name's Mark Osland.
Great.
Paul Savis, Commissioner.
Ryan Founds.
Martha Schrader?
Jeffrey Davis.
Craig Roberts?
Diana Helm.
Kevin Bailey. All right, and our presenters, could you introduce yourself again?
I'm still Dan Johnson, Director of Transportation Development. I'm joined by
Wendy Coriel, Service District Specialist.
All right, thank you, Wendy. I will now open the floor for nominations for chair.
I nominate Mark Asplund as chair.
Great.
Second.
All right. And Mark Ashton has been nominated. Are there any other nominations? Hearing none, nominations are closed. And clerk, would you go ahead and call the poll for us?
Mr. Bailey,
Aye.
Commissioner Helm,
Aye.
Mr. Davis,
Aye.
Commissioner Savis,
Aye.
Mr. Founds,
Aye.
Commissioner Schrader,
Aye.
Mr. Osland,
Aye.
Chair Roberts.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0, Mr. Chair.
All right, this is my wonderful opportunity to have Mark Ashland has been elected chair and turn it over to Mark.
I will now open the floor for nominations for secretary.
I nominate Jeffrey Davis as secretary. I second.
Jeffrey Davis has been nominated. Are there any further nominations? Hearing none, nominations are closed. Clerk, would you please call the poll?
Mr. Founds,
Aye.
Commissioner Savis,
Aye.
Mr. Davis, Commissioner Helm,
Aye.
Mr. Bailey,
Aye.
Commissioner Schrader,
Aye.
Chair Roberts,
Aye.
Chair Osland.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0, Mr. Chair.
Jeffrey Davis has been elected secretary. I will now ask Dan Johnson, Department of Transportation and Development Director, to present the budget message.
start preparing your lighting jokes.
Every year.
It's my pleasure to present the proposed budget for Clackamas County Service District Number 5 for fiscal year 26-27, totaling $5,021,596 responsible for administering service district number 5. The district. Oh, thank you so much. That's a lot better. The district is responsible for providing street lighting services for the unincorporated areas of Clackamas County, as well under a separate agreement for the city of Happy Valley. Just as a refresher, street lighting can be provided through 3 specific methods, one of which is through citizen petition. Citizens who wish to provide street lighting on their street can approach the district and look to do their own petition to establish street lighting. Second is through conditions on development. It is required within the district that they annex to the district and provide street lighting. And last but not least, we are providing street lighting with capital projects, and we incorporate that within our urban area to ensure safe lit rights of way within Clackamas County. We are, before we hop into the budget, I just fundamentally just need to discuss and share with you. Right now, we're looking at electrical costs that continue to raise. Right now, we're looking at an estimated about a 9% increase from 25-26. Having said that, based off the forecasting and the available funds within the district, we do not foresee a need this particular fiscal year for a rate increase. We track all these dollars and forecast these dollars out, and we have, let's go back in time a little bit, we have a little bit of a cushion with some sales of some assets that was done. By assets, meaning we had lights that were under county ownership that were sold to PGE to facilitate their taking on the maintenance responsibility for those particular lights. We've stockpiled those dollars to help reduce and adjust rates or control rate growth or rate increase throughout the years, and we continue to track those dollars going forward to see if and when a rate increase is needed. But as of this particular year, we will not be proposing a rate increase this year. If you go to the budget, you can see sheet 1 is essentially, it's one fund, very simple budget, no general fund associated with it. Next slide, please. This gets into the specifics. You'll see the revenue, which is the top. Revenue is comprised of 2 primary areas, one of which is the beginning fund balance, and then second is the charges, fees, et cetera, permit fees on here. And, wait a minute, is that? Yes. And so those are the rates that we have established. We have established rates depending on what area, if you're in a commercial or residential area, what rates are established for certain types of lights. We work with the board to adjust those rates on an annual basis if and when they're needed, but they are not needed this particular year. We're not proposing any rate adjustments as well. You can see that materials and services is the primary expense line, about $2.9 million. Of that, about $2.65 million is essentially our electric bill annually. That gets paid on a monthly basis. PGE is responsible for maintaining the lights through agreements that we have with them. They bill us on a monthly basis. We pay those bills through the collection of those rates that are collected on the tax statements on an annual basis. And when you're looking ahead, opportunities for 26-27, we continue to look for partnerships and leveraging of these funds with capital projects. We look to provide lighting within those areas that have been underlit. It's a target and a desire that the district has, is to look to provide lighting for those areas that may have safety issues or that we're looking to address or provide a safer neighborhood and community. We also went this particular year, we worked with the Board of County Commissioners and did a wholesale update to essentially the rules and regulations, which now currently align with our current practices and organizational structure. A long time coming. It's been years, maybe decades since we've updated those, but essentially the board had an objective to make sure that we had updated our standards as efficiently and effectively as we can, so we undertook that effort, and now they've been updated consistent with current standards. Moving forward, again, the things that we are tracking are utility costs, including the cost for electricity and what that's going to look like. This seems to be on a cyclical basis. 1 year up, the next year is kind of flat, but we're working through that. And then last but not least, we're working with technology services to rebuild and enhance our current billing and project database, just to make sure we have a more thorough and accurate assessment of the assets that we have out there, where they're at, and how they're being built. So with that, I, or probably Wendy, we'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have regarding Clackamas County Service District Number 5's proposed budget for 26-27.
Thank you, Director Johnson. Do any of the members of the committee have questions? Chair Roberts.
Yeah, I have one. And I get this question asked from a number of different people. And across the United States, do you see anybody or states shipping to solar lighting? Is that even possible, you know, with the increased cost of PG continuing to rise, and I just don't know if they have the ability or technology to brighten the area enough, and just, that's a question that's been posed to me, so could you maybe talk about that?
Go ahead.
Take it away. Well, PG works with the manufacturers, and it really depends on the drive that they're getting from other jurisdictions. So they're always looking at new technology and possibilities. I think right now in Oregon, it's just too much cloud cover that prevents us to do that. When I've asked the question, that's what they've indicated. But we're always open for suggestions, and we can always reach out and give more information on that as a follow-up.
We also went through a significant shift, approximately in the last 3 to 5 years, from the high-pressure sodium, more of those yellow lights that you see in the street system, to LED, and a lot of that shift has been complete. Some of the last areas to be lit, as interesting as it is, are the intersections, but they've gone through, because they needed a higher wattage in those particular areas. They finally have finalized that and completed. So the majority of our system right now is at least LED, which is resulting in additional savings on our electrical bill as well. So
That's great to hear, thank you.
Just one quick
Commissioner
question.
Helm?
Yes, one quick question. So I don't know the age of what we have out there. I know we've got LED. I know a lot of cities have, and counties have the on-demand or motion activated, like the lights don't come on unless a car is driving through. Do we have those too? No.
We don't. For liability purposes, they have chosen not to do that. There's, the eye is trained to see light a certain way, and if it goes from dark to light, they've indicated to us from PG that reduces safety. So they don't really advocate for that. We used to have this this manufacturer that was pushing for those type of devices to be put in, and we ended up advocating for those to be more like parking lot lights and things like that, but not on our roadways.
Commissioner Savas?
Yeah, it was about 10 years ago when we worked at PGE to do a joint agreement. They funded, we funded a conversion to LEDs and so forth on the premise that we would be saving money in the long run on electrical bills. And I'm wondering now, with the fact that LEDs have obviously created more capacity for PGE, do you feel that the rates, as the rates have increased, if that agreement or the spirit of the agreement really been met financially as to the rates? Because it seems like they haven't gone down or haven't really stabilized. They've gone up sharply.
yeah, the rates haven't gone down. Our costs have increased at a lower rate than the electrical cost rate increase, because of this efficiencies built with the LED versus the high pressure sodium. So it's difficult to give you an apples to apples comparison, because a couple things are happening. The district is always kind of adding lights in different areas, and so when we track the monthly bill, we're looking at that. But essentially, if you think back, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think on a monthly basis, our electric bill runs about 190, not 95, used to run about 195,000, give or take. And I'd say that's probably 3 or 4 years ago. Right now, we're running a little bit north of 200,000. So I can't give you an analytics regarding that, but we haven't seen a sharp increase in the cost that's mirrored the rate increase because of the efficiencies with the LED versus the high pressure sodium that we're paying for previously.
I guess maybe you can get back to me, but really, what I'm really looking for is has there been a return on investment for that, again, the dollars amount that we put in from the district monies, right, for that investment, and we share with PG, right, as I recall. The question is, has there been a return on investment such that that investment has generated savings, or are we still in the arrears, so to speak?
We're still living off the revenue that came from that agreement. That the revenue is still packaged within this budget you see before you today, and it's helped stabilizing our rates. So we can give you dollar figures on that, so you get a better handle on it, but it's been a positive.
Great. Any other questions? Seeing none, I will now open the public hearing. Clerk, will you please moderate in-person or virtual testimony?
If
If you are attending this meeting in person and wish to comment on this specific matter, this is your opportunity to please come forward and introduce yourself. Mr. Chair, seeing no one physically present from the public who wishes to comment, with your assent, I'll now move to those attending virtually. If you're attending this meeting virtually and wish to comment on this specific item, this is your opportunity to please raise your hand. Mr. Chair, I see no members of the public physically or virtually present who wish to comment.
Thank you, Andrew. Seeing no one who wishes to speak, I will now close the public hearing. Do committee members have any questions or comments? Hearing nothing further, I will now entertain a motion on the budget.
I move that the Service District Number 5 Budget Committee approve the budget for fiscal year 26-27 in the amount of $5,021,596 with appropriations of $3,698,836 as presented.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that Service District Number 5 Budget Committee approve the budget for fiscal year 26-27 fiscal year in the amount of $5,021,596 with the appropriations of $3,698,836 as presented. Is there any other further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, clerk, would you please call the poll?
Commissioner Schrader.
Aye.
Mr. Founds.
Aye.
Commissioner Savis.
Aye.
Mr. Davis.
Aye.
Commissioner Helm.
Aye.
Mr. Bailey.
Aye.
Commissioner West.
Aye.
Chair Roberts.
Aye.
Chair Osland.
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0, Mr. Chair.
Is there any further business before this committee? Hearing none, this committee is adjourned.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Second. I get to stay again.
You made it right in time.
Double duty.
Yeah. Figured I'm here, I might as well stay for half an hour instead. 15 minutes. Thanks, Ryan. You bet.
Doing a great job managing all this there.
I know. With Deidre.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thanks so much for making time. I just assumed it was an
Yeah, you can take them all. Thank you.
Okay, next we have the Library District. If you are coming in, please add your name to the card in front of you. And then if you want to speak, turn your name cards on its side. And remember, your mics are live.
And just a reminder, if you're a community member joining us, if you could please make sure the disposable name tag in front of you is updated. You should have a writing utensil there. Your clerk and your community watching appreciates. Thank you.
All right, we'll go ahead and kick this off as well. So I'll call to order the Library District of Clackamas County Budget Committee, and I'd like our members of the Budget Committee to introduce themselves for us. So I'll start at all.
Mark Osland.
Paul Savis, Commissioner.
Desiree Thomas.
Martha Schrader, Commissioner.
Al Mateko.
Craig Roberts.
Diana Helm, Commissioner.
Ben West, Commissioner.
All right, and Dan, want to introduce yourself again before we move on?
Thanks. Good morning, everybody. Dan Johnson, Department Director for Department of Transportation and Development, joined by or with
Deidre Landon, the Administrative Services Manager for the Department of Transportation and Development.
All right, thank you for joining us today. So I will now open the floor for nominations for chair.
I nominate Alan Mateko as chair.
Second.
All right, Ellen Mateko has been nominated. Are there any further nominations? Hearing none, nominations will be closed. Clerk, would you please call the poll for us?
Commissioner Schrader.
Here. Aye. Whatever. I'm reading the.
You're fine,
Taking a
Martha.
look at this.
Ms. Thomas,
Aye.
Commissioner Savas,
Aye.
Mr. Oslin,
Aye.
Commissioner Helm,
Aye.
Commissioner West,
Aye.
Mr. Matiko,
Aye.
Chair Roberts.
Aye. And it's now my honor to turn this over to Alan Mateko, has been elected chair, and you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I will now open the floor for nominations for secretary.
I nominate Desiree Thomas as the secretary.
Second?
Desiree Thomas has been nominated. Are there any further nominations? Hearing none, nominations are closed. Clerk, would you please call the poll?
Commissioner Helm,
Aye.
Mr. Oslin,
Aye.
Commissioner Savas,
Aye.
Ms. Thomas,
Aye.
Commissioner Schrader,
Aye.
Commissioner West,
Aye.
Chair Roberts,
Aye.
Chair Matiko.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0, Mr. Chair.
Desiree Thomas has been elected secretary. I will now ask Dan Johnson, Director of Transportation and Development, to present the budget message.
Good morning, everybody. Dan Johnson, Director of Department of Transportation and Development, and we are pleased to present to you the Library District proposed budget for fiscal year 26-27 in the amount of $27,213,851, again, for fiscal year 26-27. Just some history for yourself and for viewers at home. The Library District Fund was established in 2008 when the voters approved a countywide library district for Clackamas County. With that approval, they approved a permanent rate in November of 2008 of $0.3974 per thousand of assessed value. Those funds are collected, and those funds are directly distributed to the various libraries within Clackamas County, including but not limited to Oak Lodge, Canby, Estacada, Gladstone, Happy Valley, Lake Oswego, Milwaukee, Molalla, Oregon City, Sandy, Hoodland, Tualatin, Westland, and Wilsonville. The city of Johnson City is the only unincorporated city in Clackamas County that's not a part of the library district by their choice. The proposed budget includes $27 million, also includes, we built in a variance capacity last year. Essentially what that does is allows us to get the money out quicker if we get money above and beyond what we estimate we're going to collect on an annual basis. It does not require us to come back and do a budget adjustment. It essentially allows us capacity to push that money out to the libraries as quickly as we get it and collect it. Just expenditures on the expenditure side, just to be clear, the county absorbs all required administrative costs related to the library district. District does not have personnel or operating budget. Clackamas County's Department of Transportation and Development is responsible for administration of the library district and provides staff support to the Library Advisory Committee. With that, we can jump into the budget. Thank you, Andrew. You can see it is pretty clear cut. It is money in and it is money out. You'll see on the revenue side, there's basically the tax collection, which you're estimating for 26-27 at approximately $26 million. Then last but not least is essentially that all of their revenue sources, that's the variance we build in there in case there's additional revenue collected that we can distribute it quicker, and also some interest income that's collected. That's all of those dollars are not retained by DTD. They are all pushed out to the libraries. Moving on to 26-27, looking ahead, opportunities. We continue to, there's a task force being led by certain members of the commission and others in the community. There's some proposed amendments to the IGA agreements for the use of capital dollars, capital expenses and allocated costs, which is getting consideration. We'll have a discussion with the Board of County Commissioners about that. There's also interest in a strategic framework for the district that would prepare it for its 20th year of service and beyond, and looking at the revenues that these districts collect, and are they sufficient to fund the various libraries that are providing the service. And we continue to look for efficiencies on our end to make those dollars as efficient and effective as we can in getting them out to the libraries. We are continued to partner in the discussion around the long-term health and vitality of the libraries through long-term funding. If there's a board directive or the board interest or the community's interest, we look to partner in those discussions moving forward about whatever particular rate might be needed to fund those libraries within our community. So with that, we would be happy to answer any question you might have regarding this particular budget.
Comment. I'm one of the people that was on that work group, and just wanted to say for the record, I know that Administrator Schmidt's not here at the moment, but will be this afternoon, I believe. But I do want to report and just state that there are concerns with some of the libraries that have limited operations and maintenance funds and have limited hours, and it seems to me the formula is not very equitable. I think access and a number of things ought to be considered, as well as, you know, things like transportation, everything, as libraries are being more essential to education, especially for our younger folks. So all that said, I'm just hoping that we follow through with the work, and our cities cooperate with that work, because in order to make any changes to that agreement or the formula, we have to have approval by a majority of the cities involved here. This is, as Dan kind of alluded to, I'll use my words, kind of a pass-through district, but nonetheless, I think there's still a lot of governance responsibilities here, especially in light of, I think, some inequities as far as people not having access to the libraries. Thank you.
If I could just expand on that 1 second, just for the sake of the public who might be watching. I want to be clear that we have no role in determining distribution of those funds. That is established through the master IGA that establishes how exactly, so when the commissioners are speaking to adjustments, that's where those adjustments would take place, that may redistribute the money in a different way. But currently, we distribute the funds consistent with the current IGA.
Thank you.
I just have one question. So when are we, is there a schedule to review the IGA and change it in the immediate future, or is that down the road?
Those are discussions that are being led by the task force and the dialogue that's going on with the community about possible adjustments to the IGA.
Right, and they are still having those meetings regularly?
I am not involved in those meetings, but I believe they have, Commissioner Savas can probably
Right,
update you on those.
you do?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll talk-
Yeah, I could reply, and Mr. Matiko was also on that
Right.
committee as well, so I want to acknowledge his good work and his contribution. Where it's left now is that I believe the administrator shall be or will be talking with the cities and looking at how to financially fund the study that needs to be done in order to sort all this out. There were some ideas, including an idea of what if we just took the incoming money for the district at budget time and appropriated that amount off the top, and then distributed the other monies by formula. We don't have the amount of money. The administrator's not here. I don't think he was prepared either, but that would require a conversation with the cities, an agreement with the cities. So hopefully we can get to a place where the cities are ready to engaged and help fund, Commissioner Schrader, help fund that work, that study with an outside consultant probably.
Because one of the issues is that I see we have this money being funneled to the various libraries, but some folks, some communities give more of their dollars from their own budget to the library. So that really has created an inequity across the board.
It's complex.
To piggyback onto what Paul said, and Paul, thank you very much for the good work. All of you have done a wonderful job as the county commissioners to support our libraries, but we know that, as I was talking out in the hall, library revenues are fairly flat. They haven't gone up that much in the past years. The biggest cost of libraries are personnel costs, and those costs continue to rise. And we know that push is going to come to shove eventually, where libraries are going to have to say, we don't have enough money to keep open the doors as many hours as we want. There are definitely, Commissioner Schrader, there definitely haves and have-nots. There are libraries that have money, and the city will definitely give additional money. There are other cities that just don't have the additional money and are suffering. And their libraries are the ones that will suffer, because if they don't have money, it's only what the levy passes through. And this is passed through, as Paul said. The task force did good work. I want to congratulate Gary to assemble that and get that on the run. And I want to thank Paul for his constant meetings. He comes to all the meetings that LDAC has, all the library board meetings, so we thank Paul for that. But long-term, something's going to have to give, and I appreciate the fact that we're looking at the 20th year of service and beyond. And hopefully our libraries will still be here during that time in the future. Okay, sorry about that.
Thank you for that.
Okay, no.
Thanks.
Okay. And do any of the members of the committee have questions? Seeing none, I will open now to the public hearing. Clerk, will you please moderate in-person and virtual testimony?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you're attending this meeting in person, wish to comment on this specific matter, this is your opportunity to please come forward and introduce yourself. Mr. Chair, seeing no members of the public physically present who wish to comment, with your assent, I'll now move to those attending virtually. If you're attending this meeting virtually and wish to comment on this specific item, please raise your hand and I will call on you in the order that I see. Mindy Garlington, I see your hand first. I'll mute you. You'll have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed. We
All
can
right,
hear you.
thank you. Mindy Garlington, Gladstone City Council, also the liaison to the Clackamas County Library Board. I just want to, I know that everyone received the letter from the library board. I just want to make sure that everybody is well aware that our two libraries, which is Oak Lodge and Gladstone, are not simply a pass-through. And they've been hit really hard. We have closed hours on Sunday, which for the general population workforce only gives us 1 day to get to our libraries and go in and actually physically look through if there's something that we might want. Anyway, that cutback has to be something that is an exception, not a rule. And I want this library board to know that, or this budget board to know that we're looking to get that back. So we can't accept this and move forward and continue that path. We have to possibly accept this budget as it sits and remind you that our cuts for our two libraries are hard and important to our communities. So please take that into consideration as you continue forward. And I just want to say one more thing. I know that our libraries are new. We are a grateful group of people, and we just want to continue getting the best services out to the people in our community possible. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a final call. If you're attending this meeting virtually and have not yet spoken and wish to do so, to please raise your hand. Mr. Chair, I see no other members of the public, either physically or virtually present, wish to comment on this matter today.
Thank you, Andrew. Seeing no one who wishes to speak, I will now close the public hearing. Do committee members have any questions or comments? Yes, Commissioner Savas.
Yeah, I do appreciate the comments from Councilor Garlington, not commenting about her comments in particular, not questioning or challenging anything whatsoever that she said, but I do want to add a little bit of confusion that has been, I think, circulating for almost 30 years, 25 years at least that I know of, and that is, and Commissioner Schrader knows this as well, there's a misunderstanding that the cities, some cities or some elected officials in some cities, not Gladstone, feel that that they are subsidizing services, whether it's library services or whether it's public safety, or a number of things. And I don't think that they all realize that the tax rate for property tax for the cities is $2.40 some odd cents, and the tax rate for unincorporated is $2.97 some odd cents. That's a delta of 57 cents more that the unincorporated people are paying. So this idea of subsidy is going to come up here continuing the day when we talk about ELED and we talk about the sheriff's levy and we talk about the sheriff's budget, that somehow the unincorporated areas folks are not paying their fair share. But again, to just cap this off, I will say that hopefully there's cooperation amongst the cities to sit down and rework the formula in the future so that the haves and have-nots are closer to equal than they are nots. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Dan?
Can I also just clarify, I appreciate the comments coming in. I want to make sure we're clear, though. Those comments don't apply to this budget. They apply to this budget for a countywide budget tomorrow. So yeah, we're aware of the comments that came in. In fact, we've got a notice that came in from the advisory committee that basically shared those comments and questions and concerns about impacts of allocated costs and all of that. We're very aware of that. We've talked about looking at the hours at some point in time, but I just want to make sure that where those comments are applicable are really in the discussion tomorrow about DTD's budget as a whole and the county budget.
Thank you, Dan. Any other questions or comments? I will now entertain a motion on the judgment on the budget.
I move that Library District of Clackamas County Budget Committee approve the budget for fiscal year 26-27 in the amount of $27,213,851 with the appropriations of $27,213,851 as presented, and impose the district's maximum permanent tax rate of $0.3974 per thousand of assessed value within district boundaries.
Second?
It has been moved and seconded that the Library District of Clackamas County Budget Committee approve the budget for fiscal year 26-27 in the amount of $27,213,851 with appropriations of $27,213,851 as presented, and impose the district's maximum permanent tax rate of 39.74 cents per $1,000 of assessed value within the district boundaries. Is there any further discussion?
Could we have a correction on the tax rate of 0.3974 cents per thousand?
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions or discussion? Hearing no further discussion, clerk, would you please call the poll?
Ms. Thomas,
Aye.
Commissioner Schrader,
Aye.
Commissioner West,
Aye.
Commissioner Savis,
Aye.
Mr. Oslin,
Aye.
Commissioner Helm,
Aye.
Chair Roberts,
Aye.
Chairman Tico.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0, Mr. Chair.
Is there any further business before this committee? Before we leave, I want to thank the two people, Dan and Desiree, for their good work. I also want to thank Rick Peterson, who isn't, I don't see him here, but he's our library link director, does a wonderful job. He and the staff work behind the scenes to take good care of all the libraries. So I want to thank Rick and company. Thank all of the commissioners for the backing of the library all these years. So thank you very much. Hearing no further business, this committee is adjourned.
And thank you for what you do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your help, Chair.
Chair Roberts, we are scheduled for a break at 9 o'clock, or to reconvene at 9 o'clock. What would you like to do?
Let's take a short 5-minute break, and then we'll come right back. We won't take as long. All right. We'll recess for 5 minutes. All right, we'll reconvene. I will now call the Board of the Housing Authority of Clackamas County. Clerk, will you ask our resident commissioner, Ann Leedstra, to join us?
Unfortunately, Mr. Chair, we have not seen Commissioner Leenstra yet, but we will attentively watch for her presence and let you know as soon as if she joins.
All right, thank you, Andrew. The board is designated as a governing body for the Housing Authority of Clackamas County and will act as a budget committee. Will members of the committee please introduce yourselves? So we'll start off to the right. Commissioner West. Just introduce yourself.
Commissioner West.
Same as always.
Diana Helm.
And Craig Roberts.
Martha Schrader.
Paul Savis, Commissioner.
All right, I will ask Mary Rumbaugh, Health, Housing and Human Services Director, and Shannon Callahan, Housing and Community Development Division Director and Executive Director for the Housing Authority, to present this year's budget message. Go ahead.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Mary Rumbaugh, Director of the Health, Housing and Human Services Department. And as noted, joining me today is Shannon Callahan, Director of Housing and Community Development Division and the Executive Director of the Housing Authority of Clackamas County. Housing Authority of Clackamas County, known as HACC, is a component unit of Clackamas County within the H3S department. While it operates under its own federal and state housing requirements, the Housing Authority remains closely integrated with the county through staffing, administration, and strategic alignment. The Housing Authority continues to develop affordable housing and provides rental assistance for thousands of Clackamas County residents, including seniors, people with disabilities, families transitioning out of homelessness, and households with extremely low incomes. Next slide, please. The proposed FY 26-27 budget totals just under $100 million, representing a decrease of approximately $27 million or 22% from the prior year amended budget. The decrease is largely tied to the planned wind down of Metro bond expenditures and the continued repositioning of public housing assets. Importantly, HACC continues to operate without county general fund support. The Housing Authority is funded through federal, state, regional, and other external resources. You will also see a decrease of 5 FTE in this year's proposed budget, primarily associated with the gradual repositioning and phase out of public housing operations. Next slide. Looking at revenues first, federal, state, and local funding continues to make up the largest portion of HACC's operating revenue. Those revenues include HUD voucher funding, Metro Supportive Housing Service funding, and state rental assistance resources. Charges and fee revenue continue to decline as public housing units are phased out through repositioning activities. At the same time, all other revenue increases significantly this year due primarily to proceeds from scattered site property sales. Approximately $25.9 million in sales revenue is budgeted in FY 26-27, along with development reimbursements tied to affordable housing projects. I do want to emphasize that these are restricted funds under HUD requirements and are dedicated to future housing authority, affordable housing development activity. On the expenditure side, personnel costs decreased due to staffing changes associated with repositioning public housing. Materials and services also decline as the public housing portfolio continues to shrink. Special payments decrease significantly because Metro bond development expenditures are largely ending in FY 25-26. You'll also notice an increase in contingency. Those funds largely represent restricted HUD proceeds from scattered site sales that will be reinvested into future affordable housing development and repositioning efforts. Overall, this budget reflects a continued transition period for the Housing Authority as it moves away from an aging public housing model and toward a more financially sustainable affordable housing and voucher-based system. With that, I will turn it over to Shannon to walk through some of the opportunities and challenges ahead for the Housing Authority.
Good morning, and thank you, Mary. As we look ahead to fiscal year 26-27, the Housing Authority continues to face a number of significant external funding challenges, while also making progress toward long-term sustainability. On the opportunity side, the repositioning strategy approved by this board is already allowing the Housing Authority to replace aging stock with substantially more affordable housing units, while reducing long-term reliance on an increasingly underfunded public housing model. At Hillside Park, 275 new affordable units have just opened, and another 225 are underway. Construction is also moving forward at Clackamas Heights, where a total of 200 new affordable homes are being developed with significant state investment. The board's strategic goal of 900 new units of affordable housing by 2030 is well underway, and we are poised to exceed the goal with 411 units already complete, 255 units under construction, and 309 units in pre-development. Our Moving to Work designation also continues to provide flexibility to streamline operations, test new approaches, and tailor programs to local need. That flexibility has supported innovative programs like the Home Savings Initiative, which is already helping Housing Authority families move into homeownership opportunities. Since the launch of the program in 2024, 15 families have successfully purchased homes. These families include 19 youth, highlighting the program's ability to impact multiple generations. We are also leveraging partnerships with organizations like Dev Northwest and Proud Ground to convert scattered site properties into permanently affordable homeownership opportunities. We plan to sell at least 60 homes to low and moderate income home buyers while ensuring permanent affordability through a land trust model. Overall, while the funding environment remains challenging, the Housing Authority is making strategic investments that position the organization and the community for greater long-term stability, flexibility, and affordable housing capacity. On the challenges side, one of the largest concerns is federal funding. HUD funding remains the foundation of the Housing Authority programs, including vouchers, public housing operations, and supportive housing services. At the same time, operating costs continue to increase while federal funds are remaining relatively flat. HUD also recently cut the Emergency Housing Choice Voucher Program, which is currently housing 39 Clackamas households. The Housing Authority is currently working on plans to help these households stay housed. We are continuing to see reductions in regional and state homelessness services. Metro's revised supportive housing services forecast has required us to prioritize sustaining existing rent assistance commitments. And as a result, the Housing Authority last year paused issuing new local rent assistance vouchers to preserve stability for the households we are currently serving. Similarly, reductions in state funding is impacting prevention, outreach, rapid rehousing, and long-term rent assistance capacity across the system. Another challenge is the short-term revenue gap created through our repositioning strategy. As public housing units transition offline, associated operating revenue declines before our new affordable housing units are fully online and developed. We're working through this transition with a multi-year financial sustainability strategy that includes the position reductions that Mary mentioned earlier in the presentation. That actually concludes our overview and presentation today, and we are happy to answer any questions that you may have.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shannon. Do members of the committees have any questions or comments? Go ahead.
Just one. It's been a long time since I asked the question, but I do recall when I first came on the commission 15 years ago that I was made aware of the waiting list, right, for housing. How's that, knowing the crisis, has that grown? Even though we're probably making a dent in it, right?
The last time, thank you for the question, Commissioner Savas. The last time that we opened our waiting list was for just last year for the project-based vouchers that we had coming online, specifically the 100 vouchers that we have at Blossom and Community, and then also getting ready for Clackamas Heights reopening. We had, I believe, just over 250 to potentially 300 slots, and we received well over 3,000 applications. So at this time, other than those project-based opportunities, we do not have an open wait list for housing choice vouchers because we do not anticipate being able to issue any new housing choice vouchers. Housing choice vouchers meaning the ones that tenants can move anywhere and live anywhere they'd like to for quite some time. So the answer to your question is I think it's worse than it was 15 years ago.
Yeah, and I kind of anticipated that would be your response. Thank you for responding. But at the same token is that I think we ought to, commend ourselves, you all, for all the great work you're doing, all the housing we are building. So I just want to applaud you all for your work and staff and everyone involved that we've done significant work here in the last few years. So it's showing.
Thank you, Commissioner Savas.
All right, thank you, Commissioner West.
Yeah, I know we have a lot of work to continue to do. I'm so proud of the fact, though, that in recent years, we've reduced that chronic, persistent, that really difficult population to get housed and to get stabilized by more than 22%. And that's tough with that population. Much of the region is seeing that actually persist and increase. So good work with that. I guess my question is, with the funding sources that we have, and we look at this budget and our priorities, if somebody needs a bed or a safe place to lay their head at night, will they find it in Clackamas County? If they're ready to transition off the streets or in a position where they have had difficulty making that transition, but they're in that place of change where they can do that, will they find shelter or some type of transitional housing or something in Clackamas County? Do we have beds or spaces available for those individuals?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner West. At this time, we are short of shelter capacity. I am excited to let you know, though, that we will be bringing the Metro IGA forward, should be in the month of June, which is an additional $7 million to expand our shelter bed strategy here in Clackamas. So I think we will be moving rapidly, assuming the board approves the IGA, to procure new shelter and expanded space. But I also will say we continue to prioritize and do have space available. And we ask folks to contact our one point of contact. Obviously, they can go through an outreach worker if they're working with someone, but we do prioritize getting folks safe, especially for vulnerable and elderly folks that are living on the street through our CHA hotline.
One last question is, I'll just throw it out there, is when we look at this regionally and how to fund this and this regional approach, yes, great shelter was a great pivot by this board. It was smart and the right thing to do. But there's also still within the region a lot of unused beds, unused spaces, unused housing. We know that Portland had 1,600 plus that are just have gone unfilled, and there's still a regional approach. So have we talked about funding an ability to have a housing system that is regional in its approach, and if there are unused beds, that it can be somewhat movable between counties or districts or region, within the region?
Thank you again for that question, Commissioner West. Yes, I mean, there are ongoing discussions about the regionalism of our system with the 3 counties, especially related to Metro. What I will also say is that people are mobile, and they do move across county lines or even state lines to be able to find shelter or associated resources. In Clackamas, for instance, 20% of our families that receive SHS resources for long-term rent assistance actually reside in another county, but remain getting services from us. So we're paying their rent, and we're contracting for service provisions, but they are actually living in another county. Most, I think, are that border between Clackamas and southeast Multnomah County. So in essence, the system is already regional in its approach, but yes, I believe that there can be more done. And I will say that Multnomah County is drastically cutting their shelter bed capacity because, frankly, as you just said, they have a lot of shelter beds that have been funded in the last couple of years that go unfilled every single night.
Yeah. I guess as we look at this, we want to have less people on the streets that are there chronically, but they have to have somewhere to be able to go. It's nice to say get off the streets, and then, well, where are they going to get off the streets too?
Right.
And so I want to make sure, when we look at these funding priorities, and we are bringing on the shelter, but that we're still being really creative and innovative that finds the appropriate bed for the person depending on where they're at in their recovery process. And that is varied and looks different for all kinds of individuals. Somebody who's economically displaced is not the same as somebody that has chronically untreated mental illness or substance use disorder. Totally different people. One's like a patient, one is somebody we're stabilizing. And so when we look at these funding priorities, I think it's really important that we try to make sure that we have that whole continuum filled. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. And I did want to comment on Commissioner West and I met with Patterson, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of the West Coast.
He's the regional administrator for HUD.
Yeah, so just to comment that been really lobbied. We met with him, and you continue to lobby, and we're back in DC. And I think that needs to continue, really, to make sure that we're fighting hard to try and get those dollars. So anyway, thank you for doing that. So I think it's now, I'll open the public hearing. So I'm going to turn to our clerk to ask him to moderate that in-person virtual testimony for us.
If you're attending this meeting in person and wish to comment, this is your opportunity to please come forward and introduce yourself. Seeing no members of the public physically present wish to comment, Mr. Chair, I'll also move to those attending virtually. If you're attending this meeting virtually and wish to comment, this is the opportunity to please raise your hand. I see no members of the public either physically or virtually present wish to comment on this matter, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Andrew. Seeing no one else wishing to speak, and I'll now close the public hearing. And do any committee members have any questions or comments? Yes, sir.
Just real quickly, I want to follow up on the conversation that Commissioner West was speaking to. So, yes, Portland has, extra shelter beds, right? And they also have extra housing. That's 1,700 units of housing, permanent housing, that has been untapped. My question specifically is that because of not having vouchers? Do we have any, I know it's not your territory, right? I'm just curious as the insight, because it seems like if there's a regional approach that maybe people that are on the list could find that housing in Portland if there's available beds or housing.
Commissioner Savas, I think you are exactly right. I think most of the vacant units in the city of Portland are at the 60% AMI level. And the need is really below 60% AMI, especially if you're thinking of matching folks that are coming from the streets into housing. They have little to no income. And then I think they're looking at, I think, generally about a 9% vacancy rate. Typically in any housing, you're looking at 5% or below as kind of a healthy rate. I also think it's just the number of units that were put online at one time. They, in addition to having the Metro Housing Bond, also had a Portland Housing Bond, which was another $254 million in the city of Portland. So they put a significant amount of inventory. But it really is the 60% units that sit vacant.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Hearing no, I'm sorry. Sorry.
Sorry.
I apologize.
That's all right. Shannon, you brought up some numbers that the 900 affordable housing units that we, as our goal for 2030, 411 are already complete. You threw out some other numbers a little too fast for me.
Okay.
No, and there's more in the works, and it almost looks like we're going to be done with those, maybe well before 2030?
Well, I think that's a question about how we count a unit or not. But we do believe that all of the units that we have committed, that this board is committed to by 2030, will be open or in development. Right now, we have 255 units currently in construction, 411, as you mentioned, that opened. And we have 309 in pre-development. That means we're planning for their development. As it sits 2026 right now, and we haven't started construction yet. I don't know that all will be open by the end of 2030, though we're hoping for that. But we will have more units under construction.
Well, and my point to that is, we as a board, it's obvious we're in crisis mode with this type of housing, right? And we as a board have the ability to kind of help move things along, right? And just not as a board, but as staff here at the county to try to get this going faster, to speed up the process and do what, like the city of Austin, Texas has done, where they have created so much affordable housing in such a short period of time that they're and I'm not saying they don't have problems, but they have alleviated a lot of their problems. So I think it's on us to kind of help move this as quickly as possible, looking at the numbers and how many people are on the verge of homelessness already, and that we can't even take care of those, that we don't even have a bed for everyone. So I take this all very seriously, and the numbers are stark and not good, but we're working hard to try to get as much funding as possible for this. So thank you. Thank you.
I completely agree. I think a great point, and I think whatever we can do to expedite things is really important. I think so. If there's no other questions, I'll now entertain a motion.
Chair, I move that the Housing Authority of Clackamas County Budget Committee approve the budget for fiscal year 26-27 in the amount of $99,788,283 with appropriations of $99,788,283 as presented.
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Commissioner Salvas and seconded by Commissioner Schrader that the Housing Authority of Clackamas County Budget Committee approve, excuse me, the budget for fiscal year 26-27 in the amount of $99,788,283 with appropriations of $99,788,283 as presented. And is there any further discussion? All right, hearing none. Clerk, will you please call the poll?
Commissioner West.
Aye.
Commissioner Schrader.
Aye.
Commissioner Helm.
Aye.
Commissioner Savis.
Aye.
Mr. Chair.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0, Mr. Chair.
All right. Is there any further business before this committee? Hearing none, this committee will then be adjourned. Thank you both very much.
Thank you. All right, Chair, next we have the the Clackamas County Extension and 4-H Service District, and they'll be coming up. And I just want to remind folks that your mics are live, and please put your name on the place cards, and the new material for the program will be passed out. Thank you.
Oh, this is open. Right, then is this yours?
Yes, this is all my strong points. Sorry. No,
Taking
please.
up a couple
They
spots.
just give us so much. Hello, my dear, how are you? Good.
Yeah, exactly.
I have the same problem with my glasses.
I'm Cheryl. Hi, I'm Diana. Nice to meet you. The first time I've seen you up here.
Thank you. This is my 1-year anniversary this week. Started a year ago
You doing, sir?
on this day.
All right. Well, welcome, everyone. I am now called to order the Extension and 4-H Service District Budget Committee. I'll ask members that just arrived to just go with them to introduce yourselves. So I'll start off to my left, sir.
I'm Don Wiley.
Commissioner Paul Savis.
Commissioner Martha Schrader.
Bishop Dixon.
Craig Roberts.
Commissioner Diana Helm.
Cheryl Kythen.
Commissioner Ben West.
All right. I will now open the floor for nominations for chair.
I nominate Don Wiley for chair.
Second.
All right. Don Wiley has been nominated. Are there any other further nominations? Hearing none, nominations are closed. Clerk, would you please call the poll for us?
Commissioner Savis.
Aye.
Commissioner Helm.
Aye.
Ms. Keithan.
Here, yes.
Mr. Dixon. Commissioner Schrader.
Aye.
Commissioner West.
Aye.
Mr. Wiley.
Yes.
Chair Roberts.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. This is my great opportunity to welcome Don Wiley as been elected chair, and at this point, I'll turn it over to Don, sir.
Thank you. I will now open the floor for nominations for secretary.
I nominate Cheryl Kythen as secretary.
I second. Cheryl Kyson has been nominated. Are there any further nominations? Hearing none, nominations are closed. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Kythen.
Aye.
Commissioner Helm.
Aye.
Commissioner Savis.
Aye.
Mr. Dixon.
Aye.
Commissioner Schrader.
Aye.
Commissioner West.
Aye.
Chair Roberts.
Aye.
Chair Wiley.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0, Mr. Chair.
Cheryl Kyson has been elected secretary. I will now ask Ms. Leah Sundquist, county liaison, to present the budget message.
Good morning, everyone. Before I start, I do want to welcome Bishop to our team. Bishop has started new this year, and so he has a 3-year term joining us. He works for another organization up in Happy Valley, so I just want to thank him for taking on a volunteer position to join us, as we still have 2 vacancies to fill. Okay, let's see. First slide is our mission for the service district. Nothing changing there. Oregon State supporting the county. I provided you all with our annual community report from last year, so you can see the accomplishments with the budget and things that each of the programs has done. If we move to the next slide, there we go. In terms of our overall budget, our total budget forecast for 26-27 is $20,635,970. We've done a pretty good job in being fiscally prudent through the years and trying to make sure that we save enough for the new building. And then once we know what our budget's going to look like, we'll have a little more flexibility. Moving to the next slide. All right, on this slide, you can see the 16,937.66 that's carried over, and then our forecasted federal, state, local, and other gifts comes out to about $3,104,704. There are a few charges or, late fees, things that come in after the fact in terms of individuals paying taxes. That's forecasted at about $500. Our interest on our savings that we put in every year, we put in about $500,000 out of our budget every year to go towards the building. That interest is done pretty good, and we're forecasted to bring in about $600,000 this next year on that. And then once the new building is completed and we pay off, we won't have that interest anymore. So our operating revenue is $3,705,204 for the total revenue of the $20,635,970. If you go down a little bit farther, you'll see special payments. That special payments is what is forecasted to be sent to Oregon State University for salaries, operations and maintenance, supply and service, funding for the actual programming and faculty salaries that support extension. Since we don't have extension faculty or employees that are county employees, all the funding goes to Oregon State University, and I bill the county for that quarterly. So there's actual documents that show proof of what that funding is that comes into the county finance office. And then we're looking at right now, our contingency shows about 18 million in there. That will probably be reduced by about 16 million. 15.1 is going towards the building. It's possible we may have to increase that amount. We've looked at the costs for the kitchen, and the kitchen equipment is going to run us about 800 and maybe 850, almost 900,000 with the type of commercial equipment. The kitchen will not be a commercial kitchen, but the equipment that has to be bought with the city requirements and the county requirements. So still waiting on a final cost on that, but we have plenty of funding to be able to do that right now. We're not going to exceed our total 18 million that's sitting there in contingency. So next slide. That brings us to the final slide, and then I can take any questions. Our full dollar amount, the 20 million in there, everything will stay in contingency until the community college determines they've reduced their bond budget to the point where they need us to pay our portion of the building. So we're going to try to keep it in the county funds as long as we can to earn interest as best we can. Next slide. So we don't really have any opportunities this next year per se. We do out in the community with faculty and things that they're doing. But in terms of budget, two challenges, and I'm sure you're aware of these. One will be the interim move that we have, because we won't be on a public road where the community is going to be able to see us. So we're going to have to put out a lot of information, do a lot of public information through both the county and through Oregon State University that shows our new location on Courthouse Road, because we're kind of tucked in the back there. We're taking over the TS1 building. That's in the works right now. I've been over there, toured it. It's actually about 1,000 square feet larger than where we're at, but some of that space is still taken up for the TS1's server farm, if you want to say. All of the county servers remain in that building, so we'll take over one, almost 3/4 of the building. Our move date is mid-August timeframe, about when the county fair is happening. So our hope is that we can inform the community enough they'll know where we're at. And then the other would be, I put it on here just in case. We've got 2 type of potential salary increases. We don't know what those are gonna be yet. The classified will be going through another bargaining. Actually, I've already started the bargaining round in terms of salaries for the classified. 3 years ago, it ran about 6% increase over a 2-year time frame. So we don't know what that forecast is gonna be. And then the only other one is that the faculty are also gonna be going through a round of negotiations for the, what they call the academic faculty. The professional faculty, such as myself, are not in a union per se. So two rounds this next year of potential increases, and we don't know what those are gonna look like. And then if we have any that we need to adjust in the contingency with the building, we'd need to look at that. And those are the only ones I forecast at this time. So pending any questions, that's all I have in terms of our budget for this year.
Thank you. Do any members of the committee have questions?
Commissioner Savas.
Yeah, I do. Thank you all for being here today, Leah. And my question is, what is the amount, is there a set amount for the building that's gonna be transferred?
There is right now, and there's an agreement that's been made already, I guess you'd say a memorandum of understanding that Nancy has done, written out with finance, and that's for 15.1.
15.1, okay. And is there gonna be a maintenance sharing for the building?
So that's where I've held very conservatively on our budget. We don't know what the maintenance sharing cost is gonna be. We don't know the landscaping. We're at about they're at about 70% of the building, and then we have the other 30% of the building. Once it all gets done, I'm told that we'll have a memorandum of understanding or an IGA that will be completed in terms of what our share of the costs will be. My concern is they're gonna have a lot more need for water and electricity, especially with all of their outdoor elements that they're using. So I'm hoping that we can figure out a better way of billing instead of just a percentage. Because if it's a percentage, then we're gonna be paying for a lot of what the outdoor garden areas are gonna be using in terms of power and water, not necessarily landscaping. So that has not been determined at this point.
Okay, well, thank you. My question, I guess, or I'm getting to, and you don't have to really answer, is because you don't know what that cost is going to be, so it's untenable to expect you to answer completely. But I'm just want to be sure all the things you mentioned and labor negotiations, all that combined, that there's enough revenue left over to provide the services and, meet the programming and all the other needs.
I believe if we stay at the 15.1, and I think we're pretty much there right now. I haven't seen a new cost estimate on the building. We have a meeting on Thursday with the OPSIS team, which is the architect, the community college, and us will be their leadership. So we'll have a new update of that information. Even if we have to increase to 16 million, I think we'll still be okay in providing our services within that $3 million tax base that we're given every year. And we put 500 of that in for savings, so that will be available to use for operations and maintenance. We won't have to put it into savings anymore. So between that and then any other flexibility that I have, I think we'll be okay with what we already planned for operations and maintenance, plus that 500,000 extra.
Yeah, well, I hope you don't have to, for ongoing, year after year, dip into those reserves and contingencies, right?
Right.
I'm just hoping that the tax revenue itself pays its way.
Yes.
To carry that as opposed to dipping in.
Yes, my hope too.
We'll keep an eye out.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I just had one question. What's the timeline look like for completion?
So, November, beginning to mid-November will be the groundbreaking. We were just asked to provide our input to who would attend that groundbreaking. Invitations will go out from the community college to you all, and then we've given the OSU side. So groundbreaking November, and then construction timeline. The goal is to have it finished for move-in by February of '28. And that's the reason everything is sitting in contingency right now. We're not gonna move anything until next year's budget sometime. We don't have to pay for the move this year to go into the TS1 building, but I'll have some extra expenses for the move next year besides the 15.1 and the additional 800. They separated those two out because the 15.1 is for the construction and the build, but the 800 is specific to the OSU side for the kitchen, the teaching kitchen.
And you're doing well on your interests, so good job there.
Yeah. Yes. Well, that's the help of the county, your finance company.
Great.
Any other questions? I will now open the public hearing. Clerk, will you please moderate in-person and virtual testimony?
Yes, Mr. Chair. If you're attending this meeting in person, wish to comment on this specific matter, this is your opportunity to please come forward and introduce yourself. Seeing no members of the public physically present wish to comment, Mr. Chair, I'll now turn to those attending virtually. If you're attending this meeting virtually and wish to comment on this specific item, this is your opportunity to please raise your hand. I see no other members of the public, either physically or virtually present, wish to comment, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Andrew. Seeing no one who wishes to speak, I will now close the public hearing. Do committee members have any questions or comments? Hearing nothing further, I will now entertain a motion on the budget.
I move that the Extension and 4-H Service District Budget Committee approve the budget of fiscal year 26-27 in the amount of $20,635,970, the appropriations of $20,635,970 as presented, and impose the district's maximum permanent tax rate of 5 cents per 1,000 of assessed value within district boundaries.
I second.
It has been moved and seconded that Extension and 4-H Service District Budget Committee approve the budget for fiscal 26-27 fiscal year in the amount of $20,635,970 with the appropriations of $20,635,970 as presented, and impose the district's maximum permanent tax rate of 5 cents per thousand of assessed value within district boundaries. Is there any further discussion? Hearing no further discussions, clerk, would you please call the poll?
Ms. Kythen.
Yay.
Commissioner Helm.
Aye.
Commissioner Savis.
Aye.
Mr. Dixon.
Aye.
Commissioner Schrader.
Aye.
Commissioner West.
Aye.
Chair Roberts.
Aye.
Chair Wiley.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0, Mr. Chair.
Is there any further business before this committee? Hearing none, this committee is adjourned.
And thank you.
Thanks to all the
Thank you.
volunteers.
Thanks the volunteers.
I'm excited for your new building.
Not a universal feeling.
What?
It's not a universal feeling.
Really? Oh, no.
We learned, we brought an extension board. We were really hoping for. The white one?
Chair, we have next Water
Three-year
Environment
adapter?
Services. Clerk will pass around.
And probably finance.
And we want to remind
Here,
our
you can use
community
my
members to
phone.
put their names on their cards.
Okay, thank you.
It's not looking good.
Well, let us know if we can help.
Well, we'll see how it works.
Thank you, Andrew.
Oh, I know that, yeah. And the kids too. I did talk to the president on that.
Because I'm just like, I just feel like I
Because what he told me
Trade that for you, Commissioner.
There we go. A lot of paper. A lot of trees here.
We're in the paper business.
Okay.
sounds like
There's going to be a lot of,
more and then we'll take a break. All right, Andrew, are you ready, young man?
Okay.
You're ready when you are, Chair.
All right. I will now call to order the Clackamas Water Environment Services Budget Committee. I'll ask the members of the committee to introduce themselves once again. So come on up. And also, as you come up, I'd ask you to write your name on this so the public can know who you are as well. So.
save it for you. Yes.
Feel free to write your name on the.
How are you? Hello, nice to see you.
We're still getting together for coffee.
See you forever.
I hope so.
Great. Yeah, I forgot.
Yep.
I know
Well,
this young man.
I have
Hello,
to
sir.
write these things down, as you know.
Did you miss us?
I missed you guys. Yes, I do. But I see Greg. These guys all the time. So
Didn't know where you were.
various meetings and everything.
I had a tissue.
Some good, some bad. No, it's all good.
Use your best handwriting, Niels.
Which has never been good, so.
Is that-
Why don't I start down here for introductions, Mayor?
Good morning, Denise McGriff, Mayor, City of Oregon City, Budget Committee member and West Board member.
Paul Savas, Commissioner.
Neil Schulman, Budget Committee member, West Advisory Board Committee member, and Executive Director of the North Clackamas Watersheds Council.
Commissioner Martha Schrader.
William Gifford, member of the West Advisory Committee and the Budget Committee.
Hi, Craig Roberts.
Carol Breik, Westland City Councilor and member of the West Advisory Committee and Budget Committee.
Commissioner Diana Helm.
Christopher Bowker, West Budget Committee.
Commissioner Ben West.
All right. So again, I'll call to order the Clackamas Water Environment Services Budget Committee, and I will now open the floor for nominations for chair.
I nominate William Gifford for chair.
Second.
Right. William Gifford has been nominated. I know, I was already just laughing over here. Attention, they're talking about you. Are there any further nominations? All right, hearing none, nominations are closed. Clerk, will you please call the poll for us?
Ms. Brick.
Aye.
Commissioner Helm.
Aye.
Mr. Belker.
Aye.
Commissioner Savas.
Aye.
Mr. Schulman.
Aye.
Commissioner Schrader.
Aye.
Ms. McGriff.
Aye.
Commissioner West.
Aye.
Mr. Gifford.
Aye.
Chair Roberts.
Aye.
Motion passes 10-0, Mr. Chair.
All right, well, it's just my honor. William Gifford has been elected chair, and I get to turn this meeting over to him, sir.
Thank you, sir. I would now open the floor for nominations for secretary.
I nominate Denise McGriff for secretary.
Second.
It's been, Denise McGriff has been nominated. Any further nominations? And hearing none, nominations are closed. Clerk, please call the poll.
Mr. Schulman.
Aye.
Commissioner Savis.
Aye.
Ms. Brick.
Aye.
Commissioner Helm.
Aye.
Mr. Boker.
Aye.
Commissioner Schrader.
Aye.
Ms. McGriff.
Aye.
Commissioner West.
Aye.
Chair Roberts.
Aye.
Chair Gifford.
Aye.
Motion passes 10-0, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from members of the committee? So I would like to open the public meeting. Can I use this?
You can use it however you want.
Well,
Sorry, don't you hit me with it, you know? I mean, we're tight on money everywhere, so.
file a claim.
All right.
I'd like to open the public hearing, and clerk, please moderate the in-person and virtual testimony.
To be clear, Mr. Chair, would you like the public hearing to happen before staff has presented?
Please let staff present first. Thank you.
Let's do staff first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That wasn't on here.
All right, I think that's my cue. Greg Geist, Director of WES. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to present WES's fiscal year 2026-2027 budget. I want to start by thanking our budget committee, the 5 citizen members, and the mayor. Here today, also serve on our advisory committee. We appreciate their input throughout the year and are especially grateful for their service on our budget. I also want to thank you, our board, city partners, and our customers. Before we get into the numbers, I want to ground us in our mission. WES protects public health and supports the vitality of our communities, natural environment, and economy by providing wastewater services, stormwater management, and environmental education. Every number that we go over in our proposed budget serves that purpose. Today, WES faces many of the same challenges that are impacting utilities across the country. Aging infrastructure, growing service demands, rising costs, and the need to keep rates affordable. Communities throughout Oregon, including many in Clackamas County, have seen double-digit percentage rate increases to meet the needs of their water utilities. You will not be seeing that from us today. We presented our long-range financial plan to the board in December and explained how the strong financial foundation we've built and our approach to long-term planning has enabled WES to meet rising operating costs, reinvest in critical infrastructure that was built 40 to 50 years ago, and deliver projects that support our growing community. There's no surprises in today's budget. In many ways, this proposal is simply a continuation of the financial planning we shared with the board last year. The proposed budget was developed utilizing our existing capital and long-range financial plans, and the proposed adjustments to WES's rates that I'll be discussing are in alignment with our planning projections and advisory committee guidance. Next slide. Okay, looking at lower left on the bottom, the proposed budget reflects a decrease of $22.5 million or 9% from the current year. The decrease is driven primarily by drawing down reserves in the sewer construction and SDC funds. WES intentionally built those reserves over several years in anticipation of needed capital investment. Looking up on row 6, the 6th row down, capital delivery. The capital outlay continues to be WES's most significant annual expenditure, up nearly $15 million from the current year. The budget includes funding for 24 distinct wastewater and stormwater capital projects and 13 recurring capital programs that ensure service reliability and future growth. Over to the right towards the bottom, full-time equivalent. We're not asking for any new positions this year. And you'll also see, well, no, in the 5th column from the right, no general fund support for WES. Next slide. All right, so now we'll look at the sewer operating fund, upper right. Proposed rate adjustments. The sanitary sewer operating fund covers day-to-day wastewater operations, including treating approximately 7 billion gallons of wastewater annually, operating 5 water resource recovery facilities, and maintaining hundreds of miles of pipe. The primary resource is monthly service charges. Under the line, charges, fees, licenses, and permits, which reflect a proposed 5% adjustment to the rates. The rate adjustment for each of Wes's services are outlined on page 27 of the budget document. Most households in our service area would see an increase in their monthly bill of $1.25 or $15 per year. Wes's rates are set to cover the cost of service, and the proposed adjustments are needed to meet increasing operating costs and provide funding for Wes's, for projects in Wes's board-adopted capital improvement plan. Eighth row down, operating budget, materials and services. The 5% increase in materials and service spending next year is right at our long-range planning target of maintaining no more than 5% annual increases in operating costs, which is an important constraint to ensure that operations are sustainable without requiring further rate adjustments. Rising operating costs are largely due to factors outside of Wes's control. Labor costs increasing 10.3%, utilities 12.6%, et cetera, et cetera. Next slide. Looking at our sewer SDC fund, when you look at top left, charges, fees, licenses, permits, revenues reflect an adjustment of 3% in the sanitary sewer system development charge, which is in alignment with the board's direction to phase in rating 3% SDC increase over the next 10 years to get us up to the full SDC. Again, steady, predictable 3% raises over the next 10 years, or 9 years. I'll move on from that. Next slide. A debt service fund. Wes uses debt in the form of revenue obligation bonds and state revolving fund loans to finance capital projects. We will be starting fiscal year 26-27 with approximately $115 million in outstanding debt and continue to pay that down next year. By the way, our weighted average cost of borrowing is just 1.52%, which we're very proud of. And today, for context, the current AAA municipal bond rate, which is what we would enjoy, is about 4.35%. No borrowing plan for next year. Next slide, sewer construction fund. The first row. Beginning fund balance, and actually the last row as well. Beginning fund balance and reserve for future expenditures are both declining because we're putting reserves to work building capital projects that renew and replace existing infrastructure, as well as expand our infrastructure to serve future growth. Towards the middle of the page, capital outlay increases. The proposed budget of $41.9 million reflects a return to a higher level of capital spending compared to the current year, as we deliver projects in the adopted capital improvement plan. The budget for the current year was lower due to the major work on the Tri-City Outfall project taking place in FY 24-25, and having several projects in the design phase, where spending is lower. Next year, we'll have several projects under active construction. Moving on. To surface water, third row down, we're proposing a rate adjustment of 45 cents per month. I would say that Wes has one of the lowest surface water rates in our region. You can see that on page 32 of the budget document. We're about 50% of the regional average for surface water rates. All right. SDC surface water. There's no eligible SDC stormwater capital projects this year. Yeah, not much to see there. Next slide. Proposed, looking at capital outlay decrease, the decrease in capital outlay, which is towards the middle of the page, is $3.1 million or 51%, and that reflects the completion of the multi-year Three Creek project and a lower level of spending aligned with the adopted capital improvement plan. And that's about it. Next slide. All right, looking ahead, we have a solid track record and a plan for the future. Wes's service area and a number of customers we serve grows every year. Our infrastructure has to expand to accommodate that growth. We're also facing increases in the cost to maintain and operate those assets, and that we've already highlighted. At the same time, Wes's core infrastructure is reaching its expected lifespan. Our Kellogg Creek facility turned 50 in 2024, and Tri-City turns 40 this year. These facilities require significant renewal and replacement of aging components to maintain reliability and continued protection of water quality. Through that approach, we've been able to implement rate adjustments that have averaged below the regional inflation while continuing to invest in critical infrastructure and meet rising operating costs. We're proud to present this budget built on careful planning, fiscal responsibility, and our commitment to the communities we serve. We welcome your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Geist. Thank you, Mr. Geist. Now I can ask if any of the members of the committee have any questions.
Question on the surface water agency of WES that's outside the sewer district, west side.
Right.
Is that incorporated in your 45 cents comments, or is that different?
It is different. The rate increase for that is 25 cents per month. It's just under 5%.
Okay, and help me find that. Where is that here?
Sure.
Because it seems, is it combined?
The revenue is combined in the Surface Water Operating Fund on charges, fees, licenses, and permits. The Surface Water Management Agency of Clackamas County is our rate zone 3, and it is responsible for about $300,000 worth of those revenues.
Okay, so I guess, so you got it combined. That's what I surmised. I guess what I'm trying to draw out is what the maintenance expenditures are for the outside the district, but on the west side where it's surface water only.
We don't track those expenses separately within the budget. It's all part of the operations and maintenance expenses in the Surface Water Operating Fund. But we do have work orders that internally we can use to track those expenses separately. They're just not illustrated separately in the budget since it's all one fund.
Is there any master planning for surface water on the west and surface water on the east within the sewer agency's territory?
I don't believe we have anything for SWIMAC.
Okay. Maybe we could follow up and talk about.
Yeah, we can follow up.
Yeah, let's talk about that, because we have some facilities out there that are in need of maintenance, as I understand it.
Okay.
Okay.
Are there any other questions? Thank you. Now I can open the public. Oh, can I use this again? Clerk, please moderate the in-person and virtual testimony.
Yes, Mr. Chair. If you're attending this meeting in person, wish to comment on this specific matter, this is your opportunity to please come forward and introduce yourself. Please come forward to the microphone, introduce yourself. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, members of the Budget Committee. My name is Greg DiLoretto. I live in West Lynn, and I'm a West customer. And as you know, I'm also the chair of the West Advisory Board. And so I'm here today to give support to the proposed West budget. As many of you know, since I retired a number of years ago, I have spent my time, in addition to service on West and other local infrastructure boards, traveling around the country and the world talking about the need to invest in our infrastructure. And doing that's opened my eyes to how fortunate we are to have West serve as our steward of both wastewater and stormwater systems. Their planning, thoughtful approach has provided us as customers with a system that environmentally treats our wastewater and properly discharges it into the Willamette River. That same careful approach applies to our stormwater system, where we saw the value of what was completed during the heavy rains this past winter. Doing this requires adequate resources and this budget, which follows the planning documents which the Advisory Board has recommended and the Board of Commissioners has adopted. And it continues to meet the requirements necessary to carry out WES's mission and comply with WES's EPA permits. And I can't emphasize this enough, because one of my activities is to serve as a spokesperson for the American Society of Civil Engineers Committee on America's Infrastructure. And as some of you know, I've been interviewed by the national media, including ABC News, NBC Nightly News, and CNN, and others. And these requests almost always come following some infrastructure disaster. And the question I'm always asked is, how did it happen? And the answer I can confidently give them is, because they failed to adequately invest in their infrastructure. In fact, last year, I was contacted by the Akron, Ohio media because they had to do several large wastewater rate increases. Akron, Ohio serves about 300,000 people, so it's a little larger than West. And the media question was, why? Well, for years, they had refused to adjust their rates to meet the requirements of their system. Finally, the system failed, and Akron found themselves under a consent decree from the EPA. The cost to correct this is far greater than had they just kept up with their system. You know, when I applied to be on the West Board a number of years ago, it was because I wanted to be in a position where I was not going to have to pay for failing to adequately invest in our infrastructure. It's just too expensive, and it's too harmful to our economic prosperity and our quality of life. So, as a West customer, I ask you to approve the West budget. With the recommended rate adjustments, we will have adequate revenue to meet the requirements, and we will not have to face the same situation as the Akron, Ohios of this country. Of course, I will lose my 15 minutes of fame, but that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's anyone else attending this meeting in person wishes to comment, this is your opportunity to please introduce yourself and speak now. Mr. Chair, seeing no other members of the public physically present wish to speak on this item, I'll now move to those attending virtually. If you're attending this meeting virtually, this is your opportunity to please raise your hand if you wish to comment. Mr. Chair, I see no other members of the public either physically or virtually present wish to comment on this matter today.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Seeing no one wishes to speak, no one else wishes to speak. Thank you very much, Greg. I now close the public hearing. Do committee members have any questions or comments?
I'll make a brief comment, which is in kind of a natural follow-up to Mr. DiLoretto's testimony. Is not strictly budget related, but I do want to acknowledge and thank Wes for their leadership on the Three Creeks project, which in addition to improving habitat is also going to play a significant role in flood attenuation for property that has been a challenge for a long time. I know it's been a long road for West staff to get that project going, and I'm looking forward to it completing construction.
Any other comments? Oh, yes, Commissioner.
I just want to give a shout out to the work you guys have done in an innovative and creative way around helping those that may struggle to meet the ever-increasing utility costs, to have a safety net there to make sure that they can get the help that they need to stay on their feet. I think that it was pragmatic, it was compassionate, and it also was quite innovative and smart in a way that's sustainable. And all too often within our local government here in the region, we can't say that. But you guys have been a leader in making sure the vulnerable parts of our population, including seniors, which are the most likely to be impacted by some of those rising costs on fixed incomes, that they're taken care of in Clackamas County, that we're being super practical in our approach. And that really meets the mission of the board and of the department. And so great job, and to your team and your finance staff to figure out, I know you worked really hard on that, and the whole board's been briefed on it. But I'm proud of that kind of work that you're doing also. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm very proud of the team.
Chair Gifford?
Yes.
So I was going to say the same thing. Thank you, Commissioner West. Denise McGriff, City of Oregon City, West Advisory Board member, Budget Committee member. Just want to make sure that the Budget Committee does know that West has been a leader in this, and they are working hand in hand with the cities to make sure that their programs are coordinated. And we also in Oregon City have a program for our other utility facilities, whereby which people can get a discount if they meet certain qualifications. So we look forward to continuing that work with West to make sure that our citizens are taken care of and that we can help them along the way as they need.
Can I say something here real quick?
Absolutely.
All right. I won't hit you with that either.
Again.
Hey, I just wanted a quick shout out, first of all, for your testimony today. I want to thank you. Also thank Wes's incredible staff. I mean, great finance, really looking forward to the future. And you really don't get there without having an incredible board. And so it really is a teamwork effort. I think everybody working together to really look out to the future. I also believe you're a great example for others. And just all the citizens that volunteer, I just can't thank you enough, because we wouldn't be where we're at if it wasn't for all the people volunteering. So that's all I want to say, and I'll turn it back.
Hearing no further comments, I would like to entertain a motion for the approval of the budget.
I'd like to move that the Clackamas Water Environmental Services Budget Committee approve the budget for fiscal year 26-27 in the amount of $225,119,961, with appropriations of $169,426,538 as presented.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that Clackamas Water Environmental Services Budget Committee approve the budget for fiscal year 26-27 in the amount of $225,119,961, with appropriations of $169,426,538 as presented. Is there any further discussion?
Call
Just
for the
one.
question. Oh, he has a question.
Yes.
That is, I just want to just say, facing the week ahead and all the tough budgets we have ahead of us, I wish all of them were also rate-based.
Yes, exactly. Be careful what you wish for.
Yeah, careful what you wish for. Yeah. Any further discussion? Clerk, would you please call the poll?
Mr. Boker,
Aye.
Commissioner Helm,
Aye.
Ms. Brick,
Aye.
Commissioner Savas,
Aye.
Mr. Schulman,
Aye.
Commissioner Schrader,
Aye.
Ms. McGriff,
Aye.
Commissioner West,
Aye.
Chair Roberts,
Aye.
Chair Gifford.
Aye.
Motion passes 10-0, Mr. Chair.
Neil,
Is-
could you hand me a Kleenex over there, please?
Is there any further business before this committee? And hearing none, this committee is adjourned.
It just got it's official. Congratulations.
All right, we'll be back here no later than
Yeah,
10:45.
I still have to get through the-
Oh, that's right. That's the approval. Yeah, that'll- I'm sure that'll be it. That'll be it.
Yeah, I just got all the script and everything, and I'm like, oh my God.
Okay, thank you, Chair Roberts. I will now open the floor for nominations for secretary.
Second.
I nominate Wendy Rader as secretary.
I'll second that.
Okay. Wendy Rader has been nominated. Are there any further nominations? Hearing none, nominations are closed. Clerk, would you please call the poll?
Ms. Rader,
Aye.
Commissioner Helm,
Aye.
Commissioner Savas,
Aye.
Commissioner Schrader,
Aye.
Commissioner West,
Aye.
Mr. Shitzazan,
Aye.
Chair Roberts,
Aye.
Chair Bornefeld.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0, Mr. Chair.
Wendy Rader has been selected secretary. I will now ask Kia Selly, District Director, to present the budget message. Please.
Thank you, Chair Bornefeld. Good morning, Chair Roberts and members of the Budget Committee. My name is Kia Selly. I'm the NCPRD District Director. I'm here today to present NCPRD's proposed budget for fiscal year 2026-27 for your consideration. NCPRD's mission is to enrich community vitality and promote healthy living through connections to nature and play now and for the future. NCPRD serves 106,000 district residents with 38 developed parks, natural areas, trails, and greenways, and 3 facilities: the Milwaukee Community Center, the North Clackamas Aquatic Park, and the recently opened Concord Community Center. This year, NCPRD staff continued efforts to engage with the Budget Committee early and often, with topics ranging from budget mechanics to the financial pressures facing NCPRD. An NCPRD District Advisory Committee liaison joined all of those meetings to ensure that community priorities were conveyed to the Budget Committee. Next slide, please. NCPRD is a special district and does not receive any county general funds. NCPRD's largest source of general fund revenue is from a fixed permanent tax rate of 54 cents per 1,000 of assessed value, which was approved by the district voters in 1990. NCPRD has the lowest tax rate of the 5 large park and rec districts in the state of Oregon. This 1990 tax rate has not kept pace with inflation, as tax revenue typically grows at about 3%, and just our electricity costs alone have increased each year over the past 5 years by an average of 9%. The budget before you is structurally sound. Budget expenditures are balanced with annual revenues. To support the financial sustainability of the district, general fund beginning fund balance has not been used to balance the budget. However, not using general fund beginning fund balance will require ongoing budget reductions each year into the future as our expenses continue to be outpaced by our revenues. Next slide. We're grateful for the financial support of our partners, which has helped generate an 11% revenue increase over the next fiscal year. Next year, the Milwaukee Community Center Foundation will donate over $300,000 to maintain the current service level for the Meals on Wheels program and fund a 5th day of operations at the Milwaukee Community Center. This is an almost $100,000 increase in their donation from the current fiscal year. And at the Concord Community Center, the community has organized the Heart of the Community campaign to help fund community access to recreation. Even with generous donations, a $400,000 reduction is necessary for our operating costs to balance our expenditures with revenues. These reductions will result in the elimination of low-performing recreation programs, the elimination of events that are duplicated in the region, an extended annual maintenance shutdown at the aquatic park, and a continued hiring freeze for most of our unfilled staff positions. We are budgeting for 41 FTE, which is a 1.8 reduction from the current fiscal year, but I want to be clear that we are not actually cutting any filled staff positions or proposing to cut those positions next fiscal year. Although these proposed budget reductions will be less impactful than the reductions required for the current fiscal year, they contribute to an ongoing reduction in our level of service to the community. NCPRD has already reduced maintenance and irrigation at parks. We've reduced recreation programming, and as well as have eliminated the popular Recmobile. And we also have eliminated NCPRD funding for the Milwaukee Community Center Transportation Program. Although thanks to a local nonprofit and H3S grants, transportation service continues 3 days each week at the Milwaukee Community Center, fully funded by grants. Next slide. NCPRD collects system development charges for new development and major redevelopment to fund capital improvements that increase the capacity of the district to accommodate growth, such as a new amenity at an existing park, a new park, or a new trail. SDC funds cannot be used for operations and maintenance, such as mowing turf at a sports field or replacing a boiler at the aquatic park. This slide is a roll-up of all SDC funds collected in the district. The forecasted revenues for SDC funds have decreased due to volatility in the market that is expected to decrease new development and major redevelopment. Next slide. As mentioned earlier, NCPRD has 3 zones for SDC collection. Zone 1 collects funds from both the City of Milwaukee and the Urban Growth Management Area that is located just east of the City of Milwaukee. The monies collected from each of these sub-areas in Zone 1 are kept separate. The Milwaukee portion of Zone 1 is forecast to have a total of $3.9 million by the end of next fiscal year, and the Urban Growth Management Area portion of the zone is forecasted to have a total of $4.1 million by the end of next fiscal year. Next slide. This is SDC Zone 2, which is located south of Milwaukee and west of I-205. It includes unincorporated Clackamas County with the communities of Jennings Lodge and Oak Lodge. The majority of the fund transfer that you see here is for construction of the new park at the Oregon City School District, Jennings Lodge campus. Next slide. This is SDC Zone 3, which is the portion of the district located east of I-205. SDC funds are allocated next fiscal year for planning and design of a new park along 122nd at the Justice property. Next slide. Funds for capital expenditures will decrease next fiscal year as the district's major capital project, the Concord Park and Community Center, is now substantially complete. Next fiscal year, capital resources will be invested in alignment with our 2025 system plan to care for what we have and to provide park access in park-deficient neighborhoods. Over $500,000 is proposed for investment in existing assets and equipment replacement at the aquatic park. NCPRD, I should note, does not have a dedicated fund, such as a bond measure for reinvestment in aging assets. So we're going to use, or proposing to use, our scarce general funds, which further underscores NCPRD's commitment to being good stewards of the community's assets. As I mentioned, several projects are planned at the 30-year-old aquatic park, including a pool deck treatment to extend the useful life of the concrete and to improve the safety of it as well. Refurbishment of the slides to extend their useful life and replacement of critical pool equipment. At Mill Park, we're proposing to replace an aging playground and also remove the wood chips that provide the surfacing of that playground with rubber tiles, so that that playground will be fully accessible. We're also proposing to replace a 1998 dump truck, which will support our ongoing operations and maintenance. Prioritizing investments in areas lacking access to parks and open space, as I mentioned previously, is a major theme of the 2025 system plan. Capital resources are dedicated next fiscal year to several projects on the near-term capital projects list in the 2025 system plan. Again, as I mentioned previously, but I think it's worth underscoring these new projects. It's construction of the park at the Oregon City Jennings Lodge campus and design of the new park at the Justice property located at 122nd. Next slide. To conclude, the structurally sound budget optimizes district and partner resources to deliver on community needs and wants articulated in the 2025 system plan in alignment with our mission. While ongoing budget reductions are improving NCPRD's financial future by forestalling a financial cliff forecasted for fiscal year 2031-32, there will be impacts to the community. Most of the challenges listed here will be perennial issues for NCPRD until new revenue is generated through a ballot measure for increased funding. Thank you to NCPRD's staff, the NCPRD District Advisory Committee, and the NCPRD Budget Committee for their innovative and hard work on this proposed budget. This concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director Shelley. Do any of the members of the committee have questions? I have a quick comment. I just had a question about the relationship between closing the aquatic center, which then lessens the use, and then it also then lessens some of the revenue. Is the revenue loss significant? Because to offset the loss of use, because I understand it's filled most of the time, yes?
So thank you for that question. That's a really good question because that is always what we're trying to balance. As we cut a recreation program, we also cut revenue. So there's always a corresponding cut when you try to make a budget reduction. In this particular case, we have found that we're actually going to decrease the cost substantially, far more than the loss of revenue, if you will. Because that particular time of year, we see a lull in the aquatic park usage. We also, it's a transitional time between the time that the kids are out of school and recreating and going to swim lessons, and the time that they're transitioning back into school. And we're going to have a significant cost savings because we'll be able to use our full-time permanent staff more effectively, as well as decrease our reliance on expensive chemicals and expensive utilities. So there will be more of a cost reduction than a revenue loss.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
I have a comment, David here. Sorry, calling remotely. I just wanted to give a very big shout out to the North Clackamas Parks District for all of the cuts you've had in the last year. I know you mentioned that, the full-time equivalent positions, it's a reduction of 1.8, and it doesn't involve any staff that are currently on right now. But I just want to give the NCPRD an extra shout out because I've seen firsthand, in addition to that, how much y'all have had to stretch thin in certain departments. Like, I know the finance department effectively was cut in half with Dominic's cut, and so Callie's had to take on an extra role. And I was at the North Clackamas, or the aquatic park recently, and was talking with some of the staff at the front desk, and they were saying how one of the admin positions that's normally in the back room has to do some work out in the front desk area. And I know that's really, really hard. I just want to acknowledge and make sure that like the staff are getting their due credit, in addition to all of the cuts to everything else, having to kind of double up and take on more roles than they're typically used to or that was initially signed up. So thank you, Director Shelley and Callie and those North Clackamas Aquatic Park people that I chatted with on Saturday. They were super helpful and awesome. And yeah, I know every budget, I'm on a couple other budget committees, everyone's dealing with stretching things thin, and I have to admit, it's really impressive seeing what y'all have done, given how much the fund has increased. So thank you all so much for that.
Any other questions or comments?
Chair.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Kia, how long is it normally closed, and how much is the extension this year?
Thank you for that question, Director Helm. Typically, it's closed for 4 weeks. We're extending it to 6 weeks.
Okay, and you're still having the dog party, right? Where everybody gets to bring their dog to the pool?
What?
Does that even happen anymore?
I am not aware of a dog party, but it's a brilliant idea.
They used to let everybody bring their dogs in right before you guys closed the pool, and everybody got to take their dogs to go swimming. So, gosh, it's been a while.
That ended, Director Seth.
It was a long time ago that I took my kids there. So, but you should do that again. Maybe charge admission. There you go. Thank you.
Any other? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I know it's not lost on my colleagues, Board of Directors, NCPRD, knowing that the tax rate is not keeping pace. So, I just want to on behalf of the board, express our interest and concern to try to help the district out financially by the right time, whenever that may be, asking the voters for a little bit of assistance. I know that last Tuesday, Tualatin Hills Park and Recreation District passed their bond. And it was a big one.
Well,
Huge.
And so it seems that, saying yes to parks is a possibility. And I'm just hoping we can find a way and find the time to do that. But this is way overdue. 1990, that was how many years ago? 36 years ago. So.
I don't know what your title is. Ben.
Commissioner. I agree with Commissioner Savas. However, we also saw a lot of probably maybe historical number of local levies completely fail, including our public safety levy, which has been largely popular and part of the culture here in Clackamas County funds like 20% of our entire public safety. And voters 60-40 said no to that. But there is a history of having bad polling and bad numbers in the beginning and the parks coming out and still overwhelmingly passing too. It is not lost on anybody that NCPRD has real financial challenges moving forward. And how we navigate that, you can only cut so much. You just can only, and we're getting to that point to where to keep the district financially viable and to have these parks, there's going to have to be an adjustment in that millage rate. It's going to take all hands on deck, I believe. It means other local entities and cities that sit within the district are going to have to also row in the same direction as this board, and not sabotage real efforts to make sure that mutual interests are maintained, established, and have sure footing moving forward. And I'm very alarmed about, that future and that collaboration. I know that this board of directors is 1,000% committed to that, regardless of what some of those headwinds are. We understand our fiduciary responsibility, and we take it very seriously to make sure that we also do the work to tell the voters the truth and to tell the voters what reality is, and to rise above false narratives and to make sure that we do that work to get these important levies in the future over the finish line. I think that some of these local levies face the headwinds of a fatigued electorate, very unpopular transportation gas tax that was put on local communities and local jurisdictions by the legislature because they didn't want to have to face it in a November election. So what did they do? They really hurt local school boards and local counties and local cities and local special districts because of politics. But we have to still knock the doors and get the messaging out there in an effective way, and that's going to be a big lift, and partners are going to have to do that. So I'm concerned about that moving forward, but that's the reality. We can't keep cutting senior services or essential services or keep libraries open or community centers or parks maintained or garbage picked up or hedges trimmed or have these really essential programming that I took advantage of as a young child in my park. I had those GIMP, the thing you tied and you made the GIMP like lanyards and things like, thank you. But like I lived on painting ceramics in the park at Overlook Park in North Portland, and fond memories of my summer. That's how that was important for my development. But all that's at risk. And so I just want to be very clear and honest with the voters and tell them the truth that you have to look beyond the noise, and it's going to take all of us leaders making sure we're being honest with the voters to get something like that passed. So as we look at this budget, and I support it, and thank you for your work, Director Soley, but we have a big lift moving forward, and we have a major case that we have to make to the voters of the district, and not just 20% of the district, to all the district. The other 80% matters, and they show up and do the work quietly. And sometimes the loudest one in the room is not correct. And so to the other 80% of the district, we are watching out for you.
Thank you very much for that. I'd like to comment also. The issue about getting things passed, first of all, thank you for creating that relationship with the Trust for Public Lands and that whole process that's going down. Thank you for finding the money from Metro to be able to move forward with the stalled out Jennings project, and also the people who give, like Milwaukee and the Community Heart people, et cetera. The thing I want to speak to along that is that OPB did a great follow-up to just that issue about what passed and what didn't, and they found a common thread, and I think we're headed in the right direction to be on the right side of that thread. There's a clear focus on what you're going to get for it. What's your return on investment? Where are we going? What are we going to do? I loved your comment about lanyards and all. I mean, I remember being 12 years old and it was the best summer I ever had, et cetera. But the point being is that return on investment. How do we point to that and yet clearly recognize what's needed? And then similarly, the DAC is the DAC because the DAB was not proportionally represented. That other 80% did not have a voice in there. And what I do appreciate is the growing inclusion of the taxpayer resident voice in the planning and designing, because who's going to vote for it? It's, if you don't know people or you don't know that it's going to go, because that was the main point from the OPB pitch, if you don't trust the people who are asking for the money, then you have mixed thoughts. But thank you for moving in that direction. I look forward to more movement in that direction because it is the voters out there. They're the ones who are going to say yes or no, and we need to use all access to those. So thank you for that, and thank you for your comment.
Really quick.
Yeah.
Chair, I just want to say, Chair Grover, you've been one of the stalwarts and the pillars in the community on the parks issues and other things. I mean, your list of community involvement when you introduce yourself is legitimate, and we thank you for that. However, I just want to say, I'll challenge you to knock doors with me when we get this thing on the levy to protect the Parks District. So I promise to knock doors with you if you'll knock them with me, and we'll get this over the finish line.
I'm an avid door knocker.
Let's
I happen
go.
to wear blue when I do it, but I don't wear blue for nonpartisan things. So thank
That's
you.
right. Together, I would love to knock doors with you.
Okay, good. Any other questions or comments? Great, so seeing none, I'm supposed to say something here. I will now open public.
Could I jump in really quick here? David, calling on your note, sorry again. Let me bring my hand down. Sorry. And just with the bond, just, again, politics aside, and it's, I've worked on a bond. I helped work on the Clackamas Community College bond last year that was very helpful in helping support the community college. And while it's easy to kind of blame, for lack of a better term, indirectly, an unpopular measure being on a ballot as a reason things can fail. There's always going to be unpopular measures. When we were working on the CCC bond, there was the, that grocery store, or the grocery receipts tax bill that, there was the grocery receipts tax bill that was deeply unpopular, and we squeaked it out by a couple hundred votes. It was super, super close. And I just wanted to emphasize that, there's always going to be measures that are deeply unpopular on everything. There's always going to be elections that are deeply popular or unpopular on every measure. But as a budget committee and as finance people, I want to emphasize that one of the really expensive things that I think any elected official on here has dealt with, or anyone who's worked on bond measures, is that they're very expensive. And to the extent that we have assistance, I would encourage as much use going and running with that as possible. And I really want to thank Director Selly, Callie, anyone who helped bridge the gap with the, I'm blanking on the name, the land trust. But having the free polling for that. Polling is really expensive. A lot of the consulting stuff is really expensive. And we, in my opinion, have this amazing opportunity right now where they're helping us out pro bono, for lack of a better term, on this. And I really think that is a good time to take advantage of that, because, again, in the future, if this ends up being something 2-3 years down the road and sentiments have changed, those polling, if we have to front the bill, can get really expensive, and flyers can get expensive and everything else. So I, as a budget person, really want to just continue to emphasize that, like, there's help that's happening right now from the land trust, and I really hope that we can take advantage of that and run with it as much as possible. End of comment.
Thank you. Any other? Okay. I will now open the public hearing. Clerk, will you please moderate in-person and virtual testimony?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you're attending this meeting in person, wish to comment on this specific matter, this is your opportunity to please come forward and introduce yourself. Seeing no members of the public physically present and wish to comment, with your assent, Mr. Chair, I'll move to those attending virtually. If you're attending this meeting virtually and wish to comment, this is your opportunity to please raise your hand. Mr. Chair, I see no other members of the public, either physically or virtually present, wish to comment today.
Thank you, Andrew. Seeing no one who wishes to speak, I will now close the public hearing. And do committee members have any questions, comments? Okay. I really just want to keep the role we have. The idea of using the land trust and that kind of, it's in their interest to support this work. And finding that and having them behave that way, I think is a great model. I think we need to do more of that. I'm a taxpayer. I'm a resident, and I pay taxes to so many places, and I don't think they partner very well together. And that's an opportunity that I think needs to be expanded. We pay for all of that. And yes, the grants, well, where did that money come from? It all comes from, and I really want to advocate for having an increase in looking for opportunities to partner, which is what David just said, and I really want to underline that. I think it's incredibly important. And the other thing I want to speak to is I really want to put a direct shout out to Callie, because this was the best as a non-accountant person. I mean, I've worked with budgets for 25 years, but as a non-accountant, this was the best budget about showing where the money comes from, where it goes, how it flows, et cetera. So really, thank you, and whoever else worked on it. I'm sure you didn't do it alone, but you were the driver of that, and thank you for that. I thought you did a great job. And my only request.
And as an accountant,
Yes, sir.
I second that. As an accountant, it helps a lot too. I just wanted to add that as well. Sorry, go over. Continue.
And I appreciate, even the pros appreciate it. That's good. The last thing I want to say in this regard is that I really think it's important for inspiring people that we really need to highlight what the return on investment is in everything. Yes, we can talk about where we are, we can talk about the challenges we face, but if we don't look at where we're going to get, and if we succeed with this, we can get that. And that was clearly, what was his name, Clark Worth, in his presentation years ago, and we just need to have that out there to inspire people, in my opinion. So that's all I have on that, I think. Any other comments?
The value proposition.
Yes. Any other comments? Okay. Hearing nothing further, I will now entertain a motion on the budget.
I move that the North Clackamas Parks and Recreation District Budget Committee approve the budget for fiscal year 26-27 in the amount of $42,411,530, with appropriations of $31,980,626 as presented, and impose the district's maximum permanent tax rate of 0.5382 cents per thousand of assessed value within district boundaries.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the North Clackamas Parks and Recreation District Budget Committee approve the budget for fiscal year 26-27 in the amount of $42,411,530, with appropriations of $31,980,626 as presented, and impose the district's maximum permanent tax rate of 53.82 cents per thousand on assessed value within the district boundaries. Is there any further discussion?
Just a correction, it's 0.5382, not 53.82 cents.
Okay, I was struggling on how to say
Yeah, I
that
know, I
because it
know.
is, it's 53 and then, yeah.
Eight
you're-
two, sorry,
you're
yeah, just
exactly
so
right.
people don't think it's, yeah.
Yep,
more.
good, okay. 53.82 cents. I stand corrected. Any other discussion? Hearing no further discussion. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Shistazan.
Aye.
Commissioner Savas.
Aye.
Commissioner Helm.
Aye.
Commissioner Schrader.
Aye.
Ms. Rader.
Aye.
Commissioner West.
Aye.
Chair Roberts.
Aye.
Chair Bornfeld.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0, Mr. Chair.
Is there any other business before this committee? Hearing none, this committee is adjourned.
This on. All right, well, good morning again, everyone. I now call to order the Enhanced Law Enforcement District Budget Committee. And I'm going to start off to the right and just ask everybody to introduce themselves once again. And Commissioner West, can I start with you?
Commissioner West.
Commissioner Diana Helm.
I'm Craig Roberts, Commissioner.
Gavin Carpenter.
Steve Welter.
Paul Savas, Commissioner.
And we got here.
Martha Schrader, Commissioner.
All right. I will now open the floor for nominations for chair.
Steve, that's you.
Oh, excuse me. I nominate Gavin Carpenter as chair.
Is there a second? Yeah. All right, Gavin Carpenter has been nominated. Are there any further nominations? Hearing none, nominations will be closed, and I'll turn to the clerk to call the poll for us.
Mr. Welter.
Yes.
Commissioner Helm.
Aye.
Commissioner Savas.
Aye.
Commissioner Schrader.
Aye.
Commissioner West.
Aye.
Mr. Carpenter.
Aye.
Chair Roberts.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0, Mr. Chair.
Okay. It's now my honor, Gavin Carpenter has been elected chair, and I'll turn this meeting over to him. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I will now open the floor for nominations for secretary. I nominate Steve Welter as secretary.
Second.
Steve Welter's been nominated. Are there any further nominations? Okay, nominations are closed. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Helm.
Aye.
Commissioner Savas.
Aye.
Commissioner Schrader.
Aye.
Commissioner West.
Aye.
Mr. Welter.
Aye.
Chair Roberts.
Aye.
Chair Carpenter.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0, Mr. Chair.
Steve Welter has been elected secretary. I now ask Sheriff Angela Brandenburg to present the budget message.
Good morning, Chair Carpenter and Budget Committee members. With me today is Under Sheriff Lou Eby and Sheriff's Office Finance Manager Patrick Williams. This is the Sheriff's informational message for fiscal year 2026-27. As you're aware, the sheriff is designated by the Board of County Commissioners to be the administrator of the Enhanced Law Enforcement District, or ELED. Since 2000, revenue collections for the ELED have remained consistent with a modest 2.94% average annual growth. As you're aware, expenses of the ELED continue to outpace revenue from the fixed rate set in 1994. As you may recall, for the current fiscal year 25-26, the Board of County Commissioners made a policy decision to approve the use of $676,000 in county general funds to address the district's revenue shortfall and maintain staffing levels for 36 sworn FTE assigned to the district. Despite that support, current district revenue can sustain only 26 FTE. As a result, the Sheriff's Office was required to reassign 10 deputies from the ELED patrol positions into vacant general fund positions, reducing patrol staffing within the district by 10 deputies. The ELED fiscal year 26-27 budget proposed by the county administrator before you today includes funding for 24 sworn FTE, cost allocations totaling a little over $615,000, and indirect costs of a little over $1 million. No additional county general fund support is proposed. Based on current projected revenues and expenditures, the district lacks sufficient ongoing funding to sustain 2 of the currently staffed positions beyond July 1st, 2026. As a result, staffing will need to be reduced by an additional 2 FTE during the fiscal year 2026-27, bringing the total authorized staffing level to 24 sworn FTE. Since 1995, the Clackamas County Sheriff's Office is proud to provide quality public safety services to the people living within the Enhanced Law Enforcement District. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Under Sheriff Eby.
Good morning, Chair, Enhanced Law Enforcement Budget Committee, and Commissioners. I am Under Sheriff Lee Eby, here to present the Enhanced Law Enforcement District proposed budget for fiscal year 26-27. Our mission remains the same: to provide public safety services so the people of Clackamas County can experience a safe and secure community. That mission continues to guide our priorities as we balance increasing service demands with fiscal realities, while maintaining a strong commitment to public safety services within the ELED, which serves some of the most populated unincorporated areas of Clackamas County. Before I begin, I'd like to thank everyone who has contributed to the ongoing budget discussions over this past year. The continued dialogue and collaboration have helped provide greater fiscal clarity, improve understanding of the operational impacts tied to funding decisions, and support a more informed approach to sustaining public safety services moving forward in Clackamas County. So thank you all for participating. Next slide, please. Thank you. The proposed budget for the ELED totals approximately $9.2 million, representing a 6% decrease from the current fiscal year. This decrease is primarily due to the one-time general fund support of approximately $676,000 and a debt service reduction of $179,000 that was included in the current fiscal budget year and is not included in the proposed 26-27 budget. As proposed, the 26-27 ELED budget is structured with no general fund support and is reliant solely on district revenue. The Enhanced Law Enforcement District has traditionally funded 36 sworn positions dedicated to patrol services within the district. However, due to rising personnel and operational costs, combined with the addition of indirect and countywide cost allocations, current revenues are no longer sufficient to maintain that staffing level. For fiscal year 26-27, we anticipate the district will be able to support 24 sworn positions. Similar to the challenges facing Fund 100 and Sheriff's Operating Levy, operational expenses within the ELED continue to outpace the district's tax revenue growth, creating ongoing sustainability concerns. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Patrick Williams.
Good morning, Chair, ELED Budget Committee. As you can see from this slide, we're experiencing average annual growth of approximately 2.94% in the tax revenue received. All of the expenditures in the ELED, like many other service districts, live in the materials and services line. So the staff in the ELED live in the contract employee expenditure category. So of the overall $9.2 million, $5.9 million is funded to support the staff within that. The other material expenditures include the ELED's portion of CCOM, C800, vehicle repair and maintenance expenditures, as well as the $1.7 million in cost allocations and indirect costs mentioned earlier.
All right, that would be me. So looking ahead for 26-27 opportunities, understanding what the district can support allows the county and the district to better plan for the future. And that's been discussions in our past ELED budget meetings. And then for our challenges, it is the same theme you're going to hear throughout our budget, I think, presentations. The personnel costs and materials and services costs continue to outpace revenue, resulting in the reduction of sworn positions serving the ELEDs. I wish I had better news for all of you. And with that,
Thank you.
turn it back to the chair.
Do any members of the committee have questions?
Yeah, if you will all indulge me, I apologize if this goes a little bit long, but it's really important. I say this with being a special district member from the year 2000 to 2011, and running on two different district boards, and also my 15 years as a commissioner. And in my first year as a commissioner, it was brought to my attention that ELED was not keeping pace, as kind of dictated by what staff said here, but at a different level. Certainly hasn't gotten any better, it's gotten worse. But that the services provided and the revenues available the district was collecting was not, again, being provided. And there were people that in the district that voted for it. One of them, I've lived in the district since inception, felt very concerned as a budget committee member about how we either right the ship or recalibrate. And every year we talk about it, but every year we do nothing about it. And I know last year we had discussed it. Yes, it's been backfilled by general fund off and on in bits and pieces, but it was never clear. This is where I'm going to get some credit. It was never clear as to what the adjustment ought to be because the numbers were not there. So I want to give credit to Under Sheriff Eby and Patrick Williams for the last year of work and helping clarify what those numbers are. I think we have right now, I think the tool's close enough to start rethinking how we address the district. And I think it's X amount of dollars available that the district's collecting. If we're going to stay there, then I think we need to make sure that the expenditures match the revenues available. If the board of directors, which is 5 of the people here today, want to do something different and take it back to the taxpayers to vote on this differently, then they need, again, the citizens need to fund the district if that's what they choose to do. They either fund it as is with a no, or they fund it at an increase with a yes. But nonetheless, we are living within our means, essentially. And I know that I also want to give credit to the members. You'll hear more about this in the next day or two. The members that worked on the work group with Mr. Williams and Under Sheriff Eby, Commissioner Helm and I, members of Labor, 2 members of the Budget Committee of the County Budget Committee meeting, and staff, finance staff at the county, to try to understand some of the mathematical issues and have a better understanding of the terms and the numbers and so forth. So I feel a responsibility to fix this district because I really wonder if, and no one here at blame, so I want to make this perfectly clear, no one here at blame, but this budget and this budget process, I think, is broken. It needs to be rectified. And I think I want to be on the record as making an attempt that the board of directors, as soon as reasonably possible, can meet as the enhanced law enforcement district, which doesn't happen very often, frankly not enough, to address these issues as well as declare who or who is not the budget officer. I did have a legal interpretation this morning. I've been communicating with legal staff, and as the Sheriff Brandenburg quickly stated, Sheriff Brandenburg is through an agreement, is the district administrator, but the county administrator is the budget officer. So I know that's weird. It doesn't make a lot of sense, but in essence, a lot of decisions are being made on staffing, and I think they're trying to be financially responsible, that need to be recognized, and we need to at least communicate, if indeed we don't go to taxpayers, what we're doing with the district. But we can't pretend that we're staffing the district as we were when the voters approved the district back then. We can't pretend any longer. I am concerned about the legal aspects of this. I'm trying to track the numbers, so now I'm going to shift over to the budget and the materials, and I apologize, no worries on you, don't worry about it. But in the budget book, I tried to find ELED in the budget book. And what I found was in the fiscal year 23-24, it's showing revenue of $7 million. You're not going to find it, Andrew. $7,009,946 for fiscal year 23-24. But in the ELED book, it says that the revenue that year was $8,338,623. So I'd like to get an understanding of what that discrepancy is, but I want to just point out that how the administration of ELED has been by an agreement from a long time ago and renewed a few years ago is an anomaly. And I think that the board of directors ought to play it. And again, I'm one of them, so I'm taking responsibility here. The board of directors needs to take a stronger role in trying to clarify what the role is, who's doing what, and what the numbers are, and how we communicate to the voters what we're going to provide as services to the district. So I just see some inconsistencies with that, and I think it needs to be fixed. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
Let's wait and see if anybody else is going first. Yeah, I respectfully, I have a different view, and I want to kind of take you back in time just a little bit. And that's actually when I was sheriff, right? And I, along with the fire department and the school district, we were like on pins and needles waiting for the urban renewal district around the town center to go back on the tax rolls. And to give you kind of an idea, that was off the tax rolls. They freeze the base, right, as increases for 33 years.
I'm sorry, Chair, is your microphone on?
Yeah, it's on. I probably got too far away.
Thank you, Chair.
So anyway, that urban renewal district was basically off the tax rolls for 33 years, right? And so I knew it was going back on the tax rolls within the enhanced law enforcement district. And I was like, wow, that money's coming back on the tax rolls. We should be able to step up those positions in the ELED, knowing that it's coming back. So the fire department, they were, just as I were, cautiously watching to see what was going to happen. And the fire department did get some, so did the school district. And unfortunately, at that time, the sheriff's office didn't get any. What it did do is they financed the debt for the Green Line. And Gary, I know that's coming off the tax rolls here soon, right? Which is going to be another chance for this board to kind of make a decision, where should that money go, right? And what I call this is like a perfect storm, to be honest. I mean, I really saw this coming a long time ago. It's one of the big reasons why I ran, is I love this county, and I was concerned at that time, if I could barely survive with the funding I was getting, absorbing another debt was really a concern for mine. I can appreciate the board at that time was trying to build a courthouse. They got some state dollars, and we did need a courthouse. That wasn't the question. It's could we survive, and what would that financial impact be? And to be honest with you, it's come to fruition that we have laid off a lot of people in this county that I was really sad to see go. Now, we can look in our rearview mirror, we can look ahead and figure out how to kind of move forward on this. And so I think the entire board has some tough decisions to make. I know historically that the general fund has backfilled some of those positions. And could it be at that time the board felt like, hey, maybe that's a little way of us making it right? I don't know, because I wasn't here. But that is why, and this, I guess, what I'll tell you is that I believe urban renewal districts can be effective. They can make a big difference, but in my belief, for that long a period of time has a detrimental impact on all the services that impact us. So I think that, I'm in really a difficult position here. Obviously, I love the sheriff's office and want to see them, but I will just tell you, I don't see the money. And I think that is kind of where we're going to have to navigate through some really tough times. And I wish I wasn't saying that. And we've had a lot of people come before us with really compelling, Ben's brought one, pregnant women and housing and just a number of other issues. But the fact of the matter is, moving forward, we're really going to have to tighten our budget. I'm optimistic. I hope we can redirect some of those funds when they come back on the tax rolls to kind of help right-size the ship in that area. So I'm not here to blame anybody. I'm really just here to say, hey, we have to figure a path forward. And so I'm always happy to kind of, meet with the board or have, like Paul, you're suggesting, is having the group come together and have some of these discussions. And I do think, again, when I say it's a perfect storm, I think it's some of the allocated cost increase. It's also some of the costs that a lot of us probably didn't expect. And I will just say, I didn't expect my PG bill to be the size it is today. And all those other things that go on, the jail is one of the top water users in the entire city of Oregon City. And those are costs that impact service delivery, right? And so I guess what I'm saying is, I wish I had some better information, but I do feel like it's kind of in this perfect storm. And it's just right now, I feel like I do want to credit the Sheriff's Office finance team. I want to credit the county's finance team for really sitting down, having hard conversations. We're getting our numbers together. There was a discrepancy on a number of areas, and it was really just doing a little bit of this. And I was confident once we could all kind of get together, we would kind of find that common ground. So I guess that's all I have to say, but thank you.
Steve?
Thank you to everyone. I'm a member of the community that benefits from the Extended Law Enforcement Department. The one thing I want to say is I appreciate everything that's been said here today, but from my point of view, I implore you to see what you can do to find extra funds out of the general funds to fund this department and the officers we need. I see we're talking about laying officers off. We can't afford to reduce that from my point of view. And for the people I talk to out there, the officers do a great job, but if we reduce officers by 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, then our response time goes down, or what they can respond to. But I do ask if there's any possible way to go over the funds and the general fund, that see what we can do to help these folks out. Thank you.
Commissioner Davis?
Yeah, just a quick follow, Chair Roberts, I appreciate that bit of history. And I know the urban renewal district, the town center one, for example, only covered a small portion, and the other districts are almost all closed with the exception of one, which includes a small geographic. So I know it has and had an impact. But the big one, the town center, was off the books over 10 years ago. I think it was 12, actually.
I think it was 2013, I think.
Yeah, that's about,
Yeah.
that's about 12, 14 years ago.
Yeah.
So therefore, that ELED has actually is collecting every dollar, every tax dollar it can, right? And then some, because the assessed value went up, so it's collecting more as a result of a successful urban renewal district. So there's no new money coming from those districts or the urban renewal areas. So I'm trying to just mathematically understand what you meant, but if there is a work session in the future, I would definitely be interested in making sure we look at all that math. But I did follow that because back in the day, 14, 15 years ago, we had a couple commissioners that were very anti-urban renewal, and I was forced to do a lot of deep math. So I still recall a lot of those numbers. And you're right, the fire district agencies, or Clackamas Fire District number 1 was the most active and had the strongest voice, and we made it right with them. Right, we gave them part of the urban renewal money to help build some of their facilities. So we righted that ship, and we did that with deliberateness. I was hoping that today, looking back a week ago, I was hoping that today, we would be on the heels of the voters saying yes to to the public safety levy, but we're not. And so I think we're gonna see stresses the next few days that we I do know, Gary, you're right. We don't have to cope with that just yet. That's more for fiscal year 27, 28. But I am concerned because we have to get it across the finish line. If we don't, then we have an impact. So with all that uncertainty, to me, I just want to get the numbers right. It's not a matter of what we fill or backfill or how. We just got to get the district right on good standing. I'm this close from filing a complaint against us, against myself, right? So I want to, again, this has to get fixed. And I want a budget that is crystal clear. And between this and this, it is not clear to me at all. I have no idea how many FTEs are going to be funded. Staff, thank you for that. Sharing is 24 versus 36. But what I tried to glean over the weekend going the books is, 36, 30, so forth. I didn't glean out 24 because it's not spelled out anywhere unless I missed it. I could have missed it. Maybe it's buried in here somewhere. But we got to fix this. We have a legal obligation to fix it. I'll stop there.
Comments?
Any other comments?
I think, let me add one more through it. And I think that, and here's how I look at it, right? And this was my philosophy with the county administrator when I was sheriff, right? I told him at that time, and it's like, look, if the county's has a shortage and just say we only got 2% increase across the board, okay, I'll buck up and do my part, right? And if the county, we had a bigger increase or whatever, then give me the increase, right? And my argument was always this: just give me the same piece of the pie, right? What is my piece of the pie? When I was sheriff, it was 54%. And that was kind of my argument. Hey, just let me keep my piece of the pie. I'll continue to do the best job with the resources I have and the personnel costs and all that kind of. But, I just have to say, when you're looking globally at this great big issue, it's 44% now from when I was sheriff. And so when you look at that kind of piece, yes, there has been some revenue increases and some other stuff, but you also have to look at kind of that big picture as it is significant to really try and operate things across the board with that, with all the other costs. So I just, that was one of the areas that I kind of would look at is kind of, okay, could I keep my piece of the pie? So.
Thank you.
I'll yield back on that.
Commissioner Webb?
I agree with Commissioner Sabas. And the last few budget cycles have been laborsome, and there's been a lot of toil there. I feel exactly the same as Mr. Welter, and I don't want to see these cuts to specifically badges, but we can only afford to fund what we can afford to fund. And I can tell you that the general fund has been gone over with a fine-tooth comb, and we face significantly less pressures than our neighbors around us because we have been so judicious and such good stewards of those public dollars. And to be frank, many departments have gone with quite a bit less, and have made real sacrifices and been good team players. And I want to thank all of them, and they're funded by the general fund. This isn't an issue of not wanting to support law enforcement. I am enthusiastic and in awe of the sacrifices and the difficult work that our law enforcement does. I will never apologize for that. I will never demonize them for the hard work they do. It's harder than the work we do up here on this dais, I'll tell you that much. But the taxpayers gave us a specific dollar fund amount to do a job, and we can use that amount to do the job in which they said they will fund. They have not given us more. And so that's the difficulty that I sit with, because other essential services are important too, and I don't know you can't bleed that turnip. And this is not ideological. This is not a partisan issue for anybody I know I serve with on the as a director on this board. And we've spent a lot of time just to maybe get to where we are today, and the numbers still aren't totally clear. I agree with Commissioner Savis, but unless we have a compelling reason or emergency, we can respect what the voters said they would fund. And we can't do more. I don't see where that money is. Doesn't mean I like it, doesn't mean I agree with it. I knocked 5,000 doors to try to get the public safety levy passed. I have blisters trying to get that public safety levy passed. That campaign did not go the way I wanted it to. And I understand why voters feel that way. And it saddens me to be where we're at, but that's where we're at. That's the math. And I don't like it either, Mr. Welter. Yeah.
One more comment. And I'll try and keep my shirt. Thank you, Commissioner West. I think just to let you know, I mean, we've been hearing other budget presentations and meeting with folks. And I think the thing that is resounding clear, and I think my colleagues will support me on that, is the Parks District, the Library District. I mean, all of these special districts are not keeping pace. And they're all really having to really look. And that's where, as this is a special district, and I just want to tell you what we're trying to do to get ahead of this. And thanks to Gary, is we have hired attorneys to a firm to look at the special districts. What can we do, what we can't, how we can perhaps go back out, how we can do this polling and look at things about what we because it is broken. Earlier today, we heard the parks talk about, they have the lowest park tax rate in the entire state of Oregon. And so if you want parks, if the public wants them, you know, it's going to cost, or we're just going to have to continue to shut things down. And those are the kind of the tough decisions. And, you know, I don't know if I can ask Gary to comment on kind of the action we have taken to look at this, but if you're willing, Gary.
Yes, so we hired an external attorney legal firm just to make sure no one says the county attorneys are saying what the board wants them to say, which they don't. This firm has given us options to go back to the voters. In particular, you can go back to the voters on a special district boundary and just ask to increase the tax rate for that boundary without reforming the boundary. In the past, we thought, oh, you have to reform the boundary. You do not. You can simply go back to the voters to say, keep the boundary the same. Would you consider raising the tax rate for that boundary? You also can do a special option levy for things beyond capital construction for a district, like for vehicle purchases. That's allowable, that was news to me. That's a good idea that potentially we asked the voters for. Those are all ways to increase revenue. So that was data we had the board did not have before. It's a tough time right now for the public to give any more out of their pocketbooks, as we know, but how can we be creative and engaging the public to say, what are you willing to pay for? And really educate and inform the public of that. So we're getting data from legal side, the communication side, to bring that all back to the board as you consider these many options of how to fund these very important districts.
Just want to give a little bit of financial clarity a little bit. So in looking back and doing the math with the numbers and the information, again, to CCSO finance staff, in our conversations, it appears to me that last year, the year before, and the year before, and the year before, that even though we had maybe identified general fund contribution, that the general fund was actually providing, we didn't know the numbers, but was actually providing financial support that we couldn't even see. So I just want to let you know that what those numbers are is probably water under the bridge, but I would say that it's been subsidized, and my point and angst has been about getting the real numbers. And now that we can see the more realistic numbers, now I think it's an opportunity to adjust this. So I'm going to let everyone know, I'm going to bring this math up again, but the taxpayers are paying in unincorporated area, this is where LED resides, $2.97 per thousand roughly. We're paying for ELED at 0.7198 cents per thousand, and then the levy is 30, I forgot what it was, 36 and went to 53, 36 cents, and the ask was to 53 cents. So when you add that up, part of that $2.97 is historically that's law enforcement. That's law enforcement. That is only, that money somewhere in there is the money that goes towards areas that are outside ELED, right? Like the mountain and areas out south of Oregon City. So they're all paying in, and how we mathematically look at this. And I think that's something that's not understood, especially by the cities. I think the cities need to realize that they only pay $2.40, not $2.90. So we're paying 57 cents, unincorporated is paying 57 cents more per thousand. So when you do all this math, just realize that the funding streams are different, unique, and it's hard for the public to see all of that. But again, my main point, my main thrust of my comment is that the general fund has been subsidizing ELED beyond what is the 600,000 and the 1 million in the past. It's been greater than that. Anyhow, I stop there. I'm point of order. Looking at the administrator here, I don't know if we, absent having a firm number, some firm numbers in here, and a clear budget. This one, do we have the right information? Because I'm reluctant to vote for this today until I have some very clear numbers of what this is and how many staff are going to be, how many people are going to be staffed. I need it clear, not vague.
And you did ask some questions late last night, and our staff has answered some of them by email, that perhaps we could do that here as well. And Chair, you still have to have the public hearing. We haven't done that yet either.
Yep.
Yeah, I just had one quick comment, and maybe Patrick or somebody might be able to. I think the other thing that, which hopefully in this next year we're going to look at, which when you talk about subsidizing, I also think this issue has to do with vacant positions. And one of the things that I think the public isn't aware of, right, is if the sheriff looks at her budget and she doesn't have the budget to fill that position, but keeps that position vacant all year, I believe that position will cost her, regardless if she fills it or not, about $16,000 per person per year. And so that is used to pay goes towards the contributing and allocated costs. But I think, to me, that is something, to revisit. With our contracts, with our contract city, a lot of times we would do a reconciliation at the end of the year to try and say, okay, hey, you didn't get that position for this amount, and try and balance the books accurately as to what the true costs were. So I think that, when I look at, whether it's 44 positions or 24, in the back of my mind, I'm saying, okay, that's costing $16,000 per person. And when I was sheriff at the time, I kept the vacancies because I wanted to fill them. And at one time, I was so financially strapped, I finally gave those up for that reason. But it was only because really I was having to pay for positions I didn't have. And so I'm just hoping as we go forward, that's something we can look at as well. So I'll yield back, sorry.
Can we open up for public comment?
I'll now ask if you're attending this meeting in person and wish to comment. This is your opportunity to please come forward, introduce yourself, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Where do I go?
Right here.
Oh, man. I just need a mic. Thanks.
Oh, please.
Yeah. Good morning, Dave McNeil. I was your traffic operations manager when this passed. I worked my butt off to get this LED passed. And did you know that just 3 years into the levy, it all went sideways? I mean, when this levy passed, there was real excitement at the sheriff's office. Man, we got some new people, man. We're gonna do some real enforcement in the urban area. We're gonna take care of some business. We're gonna do traffic. We're gonna stop killing people on the roads. We're gonna fix this thing. And then all of a sudden it went upside down. And it was, oh, thank you. And so it hasn't changed. I've been watching for a year trying to figure out how this damn process works. I can't, as a citizen, you have no idea. Just think about this conversation you're having here right now, folks.
I couldn't tell you. I mean, who knew that if you kept a deputy's position open, it was costing the sheriff money? What? How can that be? Nobody runs that way. Nobody. And it's crazy. I mean, how do you support our sheriff's office if you don't know what the numbers are? I mean, what is a deputy, say a deputy that's been in the service for 3 years, what's a deputy cost? Fully loaded, PERS, the whole 9 yards. Can anybody tell me?
$269,000.
How much? I have no idea.
Yeah.
I mean, if people have no way to figure out what things are costing, because I looked at my Visa bill the other day trying to figure out where all the damn money's going, and I just use it for groceries. Oh, thanks. I gotta figure out what I'm. Here's the steps. Okay. So the average is for a 3-year, 170,000. Is that right? 170, 517 for the average. I know they have all kinds of different ads and stuff, and it's. Oh, okay. Hi, Pat.
Yeah, hey.
Thank you.
You bet. How can I help you?
Yeah, so this is for a deputy, right? Patrol deputy cost.
Yeah.
Step 3, third year.
Yeah.
And so the average is at 175.17
That's right, for the salaries.
for the salaries. And
Yes.
then, and so fully loaded,
Overhead costs,
Yeah.
about 106,000.
Mhm.
But that not only includes the benefits, but it also includes everything to equip a deputy.
oh,
and
sure,
everything
yeah,
associated.
got a vehicle and a.
Yes.
Yeah, I know all the stuff. I mean,
Yes.
you look at a deputy from 1996, and you look at a deputy today, you wonder how they can run. They got so much crap hanging on them, I don't know how they catch anybody. I absolutely don't. Good God, and all that stuff's expensive. I mean, it's really expensive. And so, help the citizens. If you want to pass a levy, get this out there. Hell, I'll come and help as much as you want. But nobody's going to vote yes if they don't even know what it's costing. I mean, Paul's been busting his tail trying to make some sense out of what's going on with the sheriff. And then thank you, because nobody was doing this. And for the levy, like year 3 after the levy, and
Thank you for your comments. We appreciate it.
yeah, I don't know how you guys do it, but we all want law enforcement.
Yep.
In the last 3 years, I live on Henry C.
We
Road.
gotta wrap up.
I've had 3 felonies. I go to court next week for the third, for a guy that did aggravated burglary to my place.
Okay.
I'm finally getting to go to court. They may settle, I'm in to get nothing. But even so, the system is broken.
Yep.
And we gotta fix it. And getting this stuff out, the stuff that Pat's doing, helps.
Thank you
It
very
really
much.
does help. So,
Thank you.
yeah,
Appreciate that.
appreciate you. Thanks.
Good.
You got your work cut out for you?
Chair, for the record, I think it might be at least a good idea. Patrick, could you just read the numbers in the far left bottom so that we can answer the question of a fully loaded deputy, because it's not 179,000. Just for the record.
Yes, for the record, a mid-step for a fully loaded deputy is approximately $290,000.
And can you go down the list, 290, then the next step?
The range is from 270 to 345.
Okay, thank you.
Is that sufficient, Commissioner Savas? Yeah.
What does that include?
That includes the salary, the benefits, incentive payments, workers' comp, insurance, cost allocations, administrative overhead, vehicles, not only purchases, but repair and maintenance and fuel, CCOM C800, training, mobile devices, uniform, and laptops and air cards.
Great. Thank you, Patrick. Good. Any other public comments, Andrew?
This is a final call for attending this meeting in person. I've not yet had the opportunity to do so. Please come forward. Seeing no other members of the public physically present, I'll attend to those attending virtually. If you're attending this meeting virtually and would like to comment, this is your opportunity to please raise your hand. Mr. Chair, I see no members of the public either physically or virtually present who wish to comment today.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Andrew. Seeing no one who wishes to speak, I will now close the public hearing. Do committee members have any additional questions or comments? Cindy?
Thank you. I'm Cindy Becker, County Administration.
Can you get the mic, please, Cindy, so we can hear you?
Sorry. Cindy Becker, County Administration. You're really facing something similar as what you just talked about with NCPRD. You have a flat tax rate, and the dollars are going up. What has happened in the past, it's been masked because the sheriff's office was filling in the difference. And it was part of their Fund 100, and they were, the general fund and the sheriff's, Fund 100 was filling in the difference. And over the past couple of years, you now have seen that really more called out. And so last year, you approved $1.2 million in general funds, and then this year, $70,000. But so it's, I think, much more transparent now. You can really see where the difference is. And so the sheriff's office, the more they subsidize ELED, the less general funds they have in Fund 100. So, you know, it's kind of going back and forth, but it's the same issue with the levy. The levy, when it first came out, was at a lower rate. There were a fewer number of positions. So things have changed, but those rates have not. And so really the question, and I've seen where some tax rates in other districts, they actually build in a factor where the tax rate does increase. The ones we have not done that. And so I think you said, Chair, the perfect storm. You probably had the perfect storm a couple of years ago, but you had enough lifesavers to throw out there to get you through it. But now really there isn't any of that flex anywhere to do anything with.
Thank you, Cindy.
Is the public hearing open or closed?
We shut down the public hearing.
You closed it.
Closed
Oh,
it.
we closed it, okay.
Do we have a hard stop, by the way, besides lunch?
You do not, no.
Okay. Commissioner West?
I mean, Cindy, what I hear you saying is what we all know is what we were doing as stopgaps was not sustainable. It wasn't, it was Band-Aid after Band-Aid after Band-Aid, maybe a tourniquet here and there, and we just limped somebody along, and ever so slowly, it chronically began to decline. And without wanting to actually be honest about where we were at until the voters, this is it, right? And having a tough conversation about if you value this at this level, this is what it will cost. It doesn't help the voters, I guess, to continue to limp it along. And the voters pay for what they're going to pay for, and that's inherently within these fixed tax rates. That is what it is. And year after year, you know, we mask it, but this is a different time. And there is an affordability crisis in Oregon that is self-created by other Oregonians. That is what we face. And the voters are fatigued across party lines. They just are. And all of this is public dollars. It's somebody's labor that they toiled with, and less time with their family, and less time, you know, doing the things they care about. And they had to work extra hard, and we took more and more and more. And now we're asking for more. And it seems like we are in a tough situation because of that. So it just wasn't sustainable. And so now maybe it's time just to be honest and say, this is where we're at. And we need to know what those numbers are. And I think that I would like to hear what Commissioner Savas said, like, what are those real numbers? But, and have those questions answered. I'm curious now. I did not catch that, what you caught, Commissioner Savas, between the discrepancy in that, between 7 to 8 million. But, and I would want to know that too before I approve anything or you get my vote, but, or at least have it answered and clarified. But I won't be supporting any general fund to ELED. I don't think. I just won't. It's not sustainable as this. We have to look at the organization as a whole, and we are not only the ELED or sheriff's office. We are a large entity that provide a lot of essential services to a lot of people. I want to be honest with the voters and say this is what can actually be afforded with the tax dollars you generously gave us.
Yeah, so I think two things related to the budget that are not clear to me. And I don't know if it really matters, but I think it's important because the budget document, what the real numbers are for 23, 24. And is this the only place I'm gonna find any in the sheriff's office budget, which you all don't see, for, you know, later today and tomorrow and the next day? where ELED is accounted for, because it seems to not be really clear between here and there, and the numbers don't match exactly. So that year, as well as the number of FTE that are going to be funded. I will say commentary as far as all the comments that, I certainly remember it's burning my brain cells when I was asking the question a year ago, what is the cost of a loaded deputy? And I was throwing out numbers because I was doing calculations as the meeting was happening, anywhere between $220,000 and $278,000 for a loaded deputy. And granted, there were scale in there, up, down, of what level they were. So, I mean, we have new numbers, so we were off quite a bit. So, again, credit to Patrick Williams, Under Sheriff Eby, for bringing us real numbers and cleaning up the finance process, because it's added a lot of tension. And I'll just want to say personally, I knew something was been wrong a long time. I just couldn't put my finger on it, right? I didn't have the data or the numbers. We're closer. We're still not there, in my opinion. We're a lot closer. We're way improved from where we were. But my point is that we've been flying blind, and I'm not going to rule out, while I'm pretty adamant personally that we get the numbers right for ELED, that if there's a way for the general fund to provide services in the same area or similar services in the same area, that's great. We've been doing that, actually, frankly, by default. So maybe there's a way of providing the services, but I think the book's got to be clear on what we're actually providing with the numbers. So they're two different things, but I think there's a way to get to making sure the service is provided where it's needed.
Thank you. Chair Roberts?
Yeah, I know. Just a couple quick comments. I think that one of which is Gary is also willing to look at this, and I think that's really important because, and that has to do with the allocated costs, the study, just looking at it. And I think it's, what we want to do is we want to charge appropriately. We don't want to overcharge or undercharge. And I think that's one of the things as we're kind of moving forward to look at. But I wanted to perhaps ask Finance and or Patrick to talk about this, and maybe things have changed, but at least when I was sheriff, we would see exactly how much money would come in from a levy or an ELED, and we would specifically assign a person under that budgetary item to show that that was paid for by the levy. So my question, it appears there's some confusion or something about the numbers. So I guess I want to ask Finance and Patrick if perhaps you could talk about that. How do you specifically know that that money is dedicated? Okay.
I'm going to defer to the Finance.
Okay.
Sheriff's Office.
Thank you, Chair. There are existing staff who are funded by the ELED. And as you've probably, well, as you all know, that we've talked a lot about lately, is the incentive payments for staff. There's a wide range, and those numbers that I gave you, depending on a lot of different things, including their time with the county, time in the sheriff's office, the qualifications they've received, educational, et cetera, et cetera. The folks in the ELED that are staffed by the ELED at this time, the number that we came up with, that $5.9 million number we came up with for personnel costs or contract employee costs, are based on the people that are currently in the ELED or what we plan to have in the ELED at the beginning of the year when we move people to other funding sources. Everything else, like I mentioned in my comment, the materials and services charges, CCOM, C800, vehicle maintenance, et cetera, they're based on an allocation of the overall budget of the sheriff's office, including all our different funding sources, and based on the FTE within the ELED. So based on our analysis and the understanding that we've gained throughout in this year on the incentive payments, that we feel very strongly that that $9.2 million equates to 24 positions.
If I may add, because I think I heard the question, and Elizabeth Comfort, Finance Director, is that do we have specific funding for a particular officer? And
That's why I wanted to defer to the finance staff for the sheriff's office, because I believe that we do not do what you had practiced. Because what we see, and Sheriff, you can correct me, but what I see is we'll have maybe 12 vacancies in one funding source, and then that will change to 8 vacancies. And so I think the individuals can be moved around from levy, ELED, and general fund. So the individual is not assigned to a funding source. It just depends on what the funding source availability is, and then they would move to fill those vacancies for those dollars. Does that make sense? Does that help? Okay. So it's very fluid, I would say. Correct?
That's correct if there's money in that funding source. So for instance, if there's no money in the ELED funding source to fund more than 24 positions, we will not move people into the ELED funding source.
Commissioner Helm?
Thank you. Today's my 1-year anniversary. This was my first day on the job last year. So I'm having a little PTSD, right? Because there's a little more energy in the room last year. But I do want to say that I've learned a lot in the last year. And thank you all for all the work you've done. It's been so difficult. And I really appreciate the work group that we went through that process so we could learn to speak the same language, right? But what I came away with is, and I'll echo a little bit of Commissioner West's comments, is we have like X amount of money. That's it. We don't have any more money. And in the past, from what I understand, we have dipped into the general fund to backfill these Band-Aids as we go along. And we're at a point, not just here in the county, but regionally, nationally, people are overtaxed. They're so stressed. There's just so much going on with affordability that it's very scary in a way. And I want to protect the taxpayer dollars, number one. I also want to fund. This is where I want to fix for this. I hate going along and backfilling things. It's like, let's just get a fix for it. What is the fix, right? Is it going back out and asking for more money? Then we need to tell people what they're getting. We need that ROI. We talked about that with the NCPRD or any of their libraries or anything. What are they getting for their money? And I will say during this last levy go around, I think I got one text about passing the levy, and I was out talking to everybody, going, you got to pass the levy, you got to pass the levy. But we need to do this apparently again. But we also, if the people say no, we have to say, all right, what are we going to do then to stay within our means? So we're in a really tight spot, and I just want to make it right. At some point, I want this fixed so that we don't have to keep coming back over and over and trying to figure out how to live. The expenses are, it's kind of alarming how much it has gone up. Not just with you guys, everywhere it's expensive. But do we keep going out and asking our citizens for more money? I'm not sure that's the answer. I'm not sure that right now in the environment we're in, we can do that. So my point is I just want us to be in a point where we can have the same communication that here's the bucket of money. Do the best you can with it. It's really tough because as things go up more and more, I would love to backfill with the general fund. Used to be there. That money used to be there, and it's not anymore. So I don't know what we're going to do in the future. This is going to be, and if the citizens know, they're going to have fewer officers out there patrolling and doing their job. They may be inclined to say yes, that this is something that we want. So anyway, I just want to thank you for this. Has been a huge learning experience, and I'm still learning more every day, but I do want it fixed eventually.
Commissioner West?
Yeah, this has been a complicated issue. It's nobody's fault over a decade now of issues with ELED, so no blame towards anybody. But I guess we're at a crossroads. I think I keep hearing that. But I'm looking at the budget book, just like what you brought up, Commissioner Savas. The sheriff's budget message is pretty scant on the ELED compared to many other departments and how robust the information is we get from other. This is not a lot of information. And then now I have that same question I can see in the budget book. We found that same information. So if we move forward, I know we know this is a crossroads. I don't have a lot of information from the sheriff's department to totally go off of. Where are we at? I don't know if Cindy Becker or Ms. Comfort, our finance director, if you guys can help illuminate some of those questions. I know that you've already answered some of them by email to the Commissioner's office, but now I share the same questions and concerns. And the information's not there to answer it. And so that would be my ask right now if we move forward here. I don't know if we can get some good. I'm looking here. Can I reference this? Maybe you were going to jump in, Commissioner. So can I reference it? So our budget books, which are large. It's page 78. I see there, it looks like we were pulling some funds out. I don't know if this has to do with the general fund balance, but it does say that total is just over that $7 million mark. So that's what I'm referencing. And if I look, and it is a little over $1 million difference between what we have from the ELED.
For 23-24.
23-24, correct, yeah. So I don't know if we could, if we could start there, thank you.
Yeah, we can go in and slice and dice it at a more discrete level.
Cindy, is your mic on?
Oh, no.
Maybe not. Yes, Commissioner, we can slice and dice these at a lower level, where we need the sheriff's office help is, prior to a couple of years ago, the money was included in your Fund 100, and so we'll need you to because it was all one amount of money, we'll need you to say, of this amount, this is how much was backfilling the ELED, because we can't tell exactly from OpenGov. We can tell now, we could tell last year, but prior to that, we know it was in your budget, and because those positions were funded, we just don't know where in your general fund, or how much in your general fund you were funding. Does that make sense? We know how much revenue we were taking in from the tax rate, and then we know what the expenses were that were higher than that, and you were paying the difference. But it doesn't show up discreetly in OpenGov because it was part of your Fund 100 budget.
So this is Elizabeth. I think to answer Commissioner West's question, kind of a breakdown of what's in the ELED, you'll see that there is not a debt service expense this year in that budget, and that is due to we paid off the debt in this current year, so that's great news. So that's the savings of $180,000. Primarily, the ELED is a pass-through of the personnel costs. The Clackamas County budget that we'll hear about later this afternoon, that is the primary vehicle for all payroll. And so of that $9.2 million, $6.5 million is just payroll. That goes through that reimbursing the general fund. And then the rest is other material and services, rents and leases. Cost allocations is $615,000. Indirect costs is $1.1 million, and indirect costs means the sheriff's office has administrative costs and overhead for all the sheriff's office needs. And so they break that up to each funding source. So that's the $1.1 million. And then also some additional supplies and additional administration. So it is a small budget. Small but mighty, because it does house those employees' costs. Does that help?
Thank you. Commissioner Salas?
Yeah, so just some back of the napkin math here. Last year, or the year before, when we backfilled ELED, we were trying to do just what we were talking about here, right? And we were under the assumption that for $600 or $1 million, we could make ELED whole for all 36 positions. I think, I'm sure we could find the tapes. We don't need to. But, I think we intended to try to do that. But just my back of napkin math, to fill 12 positions at an average of 300,000. That's $3.6 million. So we never did really truly backfill it deliberately. We backfilled it indirectly. I don't know what the total count was for FTEs over those life cycles of those particular years, but we backfilled it. We're backfilling the levy as well. We're backfilling the city contracts. That's all being fixed. So again, credit, I'm going to give credit due that we're rectifying that. But I think that has been this pressure point of us knowing there was something wrong and the general fund not being able to keep up. And we had these funding streams. Now we're realizing the why, right? The why is that the math here is now making more sense. It's now more clear. And once we know exactly what's wrong, I think we can have a better idea on how we're going to fix it. And we're going to need the help. But we don't have $3.6 million just to backfill ELED, and we haven't even got to the general fund yet as well. So we got to find a way to get there in the next few days, how we provide the service in those geographic areas. Maybe it's not an ELED assigned person as much as it is other assigned staff, but that's not my department. The professionals up here. But that's where I just want to just give you that number, 3.6 million.
Thank you. Cindy, are you good? Your name tag's up.
Sorry, just one quick thing I wanted to. Sorry, one thing I wanted to mention. In order to keep a position, you want to keep it vacant. You still have to provide 1 month of funding. So in other words, there's vacant positions and there are positions that are eliminated. And that's what the sheriff has done both, actually, for the next budget. You've eliminated some and you've kept some vacant. Is that correct?
I don't believe our budget's calling for elimination. That's not correct. I'm looking to the county administrator. The talk was vacant positions, frozen positions due to lack of funding.
Well, can we focus on ELED, please?
Okay.
We're not talking about the sheriff's office. That's
Okay.
tomorrow.
Sorry, I take
So
it all
let's
back.
Let's keep this separate, please.
I take it all back.
Commissioner Salas?
Well, to that point, as far as the 24 positions that will be filled, is it the decision of the budget person, which is Gary, or is it the decision of the administrator, or is it the decision of the governance of the board of ELED to make the call as to keep those positions vacant or to eliminate the positions or whatever that someone's got to make that call, and it's not really clear. And that's my point earlier on. I think this arrangement needs to be worked on and be updated. And I in a conversation I had with Sheriff Brandenburg, I agree with her idea of that we ought to treat it like a city contract, right? Where the services are prescribed and it's billed like a city, so to speak, like a city contract, and we use the funds we have available to pay that bill. But we need to clean this up.
Commissioner West?
Yeah, I guess my question is, we always have this thing where these vacant positions hang over our head like a guillotine. But we're never talking about, this is what we need to deliver services. And if 24 positions can deliver X, Y, and Z, and that's what you get for 24 positions, and this is the job we will be doing, it's always just like, it's like these kind of nebulous ghost positions that are just kind of out there, and they do put a drain on the finances of the special district. I want to know, 24 positions will do X, Y, and Z. This is what it specifically buys you, and then you can choose, or when you go to the voters, that we will. And can we still do the job with 24 positions? Like, are we just going to have a special district that's there but isn't effective? Where is our effective point to do the job that's expected of us as a department? We're not looking at the outcome. We're just looking at these positions and then trying to figure out what to do, but we're missing the throughput. And I don't know the throughput. I just know it's 24 positions. Well, I'm not a law enforcement expert. That's not my position. What does that mean in reality to the person that has to have someone show up to provide public safety services in their community? We don't know that. It makes it really hard to vote when you don't.
I would agree with that. I would also say, I think that's a good data point to address, but I think also looking at the population, the per capita in the Hansel, people who are living there versus what it's been historically, along with some of the metrics the Sheriff's Department's been tracking as far as where the calls are coming in from and all that, we can compare that in to get a good, clear idea, so. Run that through.
I might have one more comment.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and one of the things, as a county, I'd love to get to this point. Diana Helm touched on it, right? It's how do we fix this, right? And I've looked at other counties, and one of the things that they develop really is a baseline budget. Here's your baseline budget. We're going to figure out how to survive at this, right? And if you want to add new positions, you as the sheriff or the department will come in. Look, I want an internet crimes task force to help support this. I need 2 deputies, right? And then we plan to kind of add that over time, or we figure out, okay, that's one of our priorities. And I think a lot of times we're constantly trying to like just kind of keep what we have and not really looking into the future. And so I think kudos to you, Diana. I think it is really kind of looking at this long-term picture, figuring out the ELED, figuring out the I won't go into it, the other part of the sheriff's office budget, but we just have to look further down the road and say, okay, how can we get to where we want to be and kind of set a plan to move that direction. So that's all I have.
Any other comments?
Yeah, Chair Roberts made a comment earlier, and I agree, that the vacant position still has an overhead cost, of allocated cost assigned to it of about $16,000. That's plus or minus. So just going to give you a number. And I think this is why make a mathematical decision here on behalf of the district. I'm going to clear my number again. But 12 positions, that's what we're short, times 16,000. Whoops. It's 192,000, I'm pretty sure. $192,000 by declaring the seats, by having them eliminating vacant positions and have a 24 positions period, no vacant. To keep them vacant, it's $192,000 more a year.
What are we currently funding? Are we only in reality, like, have 24 positions out doing ELED? Is that correct? That, like, what is in reality happening right now at the current service level?
Operationally, I think they can answer that.
So currently, we have 26 positions.
What would it cost to fund the current level of actual service? Can we get there? Is that within, or is it 24? Like, do we have an ability to find the dollars to eke out within this district to get to 26 to keep the current service level?
Not within the district itself. There's not enough money. It'll have to come out from an external revenue source, such as the general fund.
What's the cost for 2 more positions? Is it 500?
It's roughly between, 500,000,
600,000, which we gave last time.
Yeah.
Are they badges? Are they actual, like,
yes,
sworn deputies?
Correct.
Damn it.
No, I know the other thing we talked about, I don't know if we apply it here, but the other thing we talked about was line item budgeting, because when we backfilled last time, my understanding, it was 36 positions, right? I don't know when it got reduced to 26, which is current, but my understanding was that we could make the district whole. And we made a really sincere, concerted effort to make the district whole. But learning later that actually didn't happen, that the positions filled wasn't 36, it was less, but now getting more accurate that today it's 26. I don't know what it was in the last year or 2 years, but I think to make sure those positions are filled, line item budgeting those positions, I think is something we need to talk about, not just here, but in the days forward.
I support that. If we line item, could we find it?
I do too.
Can we find it if we line item it? That's 2 deputies that are sworn, and I know that's a lot of work, but like, I would rather exhaust every single tool we have before we say no to those 2 positions. I mean, I don't know what that means, I'm available, so I'd sleep better at night knowing that we overturned every rock, every couch cushion possible, and we, the committee, did that work because it's ultimately our decision. It's nobody else's, it's not staff's, to see if we can find those 2 positions. I would support a line item.
Commissioner Rowe.
Yeah, like your suggestion. This would be my counter to that, is I would suggest that we live with what the levy
the ELED is actually funding, right? And that way, when we talk to the public, this is exactly what we fund, this is exactly what it can do. We're not backfilling it. My counter to yours, Ben, would be, if you want to add a position, then I would add it out of the regular sheriff's office fund. And the sheriff then has the ability to calls for demand or service, could slide that car down in and help in that district. And that we are really tying the ELED to specific people, and that it's, to me, it's a clear way of doing it. I can appreciate you wanting to kind of add those positions, but perhaps that could be under the sheriff's general fund.
I can I respond?
So, yeah, go ahead.
I will not know unless I line item. I don't, I have a discrepancy between these two pages right here today, like, and there's no, for 23, 24, I'm not clear on that either. It is our fiduciary responsibility to stay and to do that work if necessary. I have promised to do everything within my ability as a commissioner to not cut sworn officers if at all possible within the authority which we have. I don't trust that work has been done yet. And so I have nothing on my calendar, but I'm gonna stay and I want us to line item it.
So my comment here procedurally is that we're here as the Enhanced Law Enforcement District, not the Board of County Commissioners. So the Board of County Commissioners and the Budget Committee meeting tomorrow or whenever would have to make that call to backfill or not, right? It's not our call. We can't do, because we're formed here today. If we line item budget, then finance staff need to go back and do some homework. So I propose, procedurally, that we recess the Budget Committee meeting until whenever day or time, or even if it's today, can come back with some more accurate numbers. But to proceed forward gives me concern.
Point of order.
You've done this before, so I need help from the budget team. If they recess, is there a certain number of days they have to wait before they reconvene? Last year, last time we did this, it was 7 days, but the budget was also different too. Proposed a different budget.
So Sandra Montoya, budget manager, we would have to continue and let us backdate, because we do have to notice this again. And that would also depend, I think you've already closed the public hearing, so we don't have to do a public hearing notice, so that's 5 days. So there's my answer. 5 days, we have to back out 5 days for noticing. I'd say we probably would need to meet within the next week, because I believe, if memory serves, we're adopting on the 17th of June. Is that correct? Yeah. Good.
5 business days or 5 calendar days?
5 calendar days.
All right, so the earliest you can meet would be Monday, June 1st, to continue this discussion,
No.
if you chose to do that.
Okay.
We could also continue meeting tomorrow, Thursday.
within.
Yeah, within.
Oh, within, I apologize.
Okay, we can do that.
So is it possible to address it why we have set aside the budget week?
I think if you don't mind, you all keep referencing a discrepancy or changes. As we sit here, are not clear what discrepancy is being discussed. So we've been asking each other, like, what is it that they're unclear about, so that we can share information.
I can answer that. So back to the original question, you may recess this committee and re-adjourn at any point within the next 5 days. You do have public members that have a life, so
Yeah.
we have to work with their calendar as well, but you must conclude within the next 5 calendar days. So to answer the question, again, you're talking about two different things. The county budget, the big budget that not, the public members, you don't have this, but the commissioners do. It's on page 78. It's the Performance Clackamas pages. It refers to the Enhanced Law Enforcement District budget, because as we've already discussed, it used to be in Fund 100, which is the general fund. 2 years ago, we moved it out. The board, you talked about this. It's now its own fund,
Right.
but because we show 4 years prior, we still show it in the county budget book. So the first column in the county budget book, fiscal year 23-24, does not match what's in the ELED document, this page, 23, 24. The numbers are different. So don't know why they're different, but we obviously can clarify that.
That is the question.
Okay, I can share. So again, Sandra Montoya, Budget Manager. There are two different entities that we're talking about here. One is Clackamas County, and the other is ELED. The ELED is a separate district, and that is the budget that's being reviewed at this moment. What we have is the ELED doesn't have payroll capability. So the payroll for the ELED, so for these 26 positions, is run through the county's budget. In the past, that was in 23-24, that used to run through the sheriff's general fund budget. In 23-24, the budget committee said, it's not transparent. We don't want it within the general fund. We want it to operate the same way that every other district for the county works. So NCPRD, WES, CCDA, all of those have their payroll run through Department 80 in Clackamas County budget. Department 80 is purely a pass-through fund. So in 23, or starting 24-25, that is what we did with ELED. So it mirrors what all the other districts are now doing. But now going back to your question about 23-24, in 23-24, in the general fund CCSO budget, there was a program that's called ELED. And in that program, all you're seeing is the payroll costs, because every other cost could be shown in the ELED district budget. So materials and services, capital outlay, all of those things, so professional services, everything else could be run in the ELED budget, except for payroll costs. So what you're seeing, that's the discrepancy you're seeing. And ELED, the district, it has a higher budget because it includes everything. In the Clackamas County General Fund budget, it has a lower number because all it had was payroll.
Okay, thank you.
Right, so, yes, I'm sorry, and that, thank you, Elizabeth, wasn't a discrepancy, it's just a change. So now what you're seeing, and the reason why you're seeing a blank for those following years on page 70, well, so,
78.
yes, it's page 78, number 78, PDF number 131, Andrew. Why you're seeing blanks in those out years is because of the change that this budget committee made that now says, no, ELED, you're going to show all the costs within the ELED district budget, and the payroll is now going to be shown in Clackamas County Department 80. Yes, and Oregon budget law says we have to show it that way. So Oregon budget law says we have to show you the history. So that's until it drops off. So that's why you're seeing that history.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Schrader?
So what I'm hearing from you, essentially, the discrepancy is really structural based on how you've shifted from accounting for it. Yes. Okay, that makes sense to me. So given that, I have a question here. I don't know if we can solve the issues we have today. So I guess my ask of my colleagues is, do we want to pass this right now, today, and revisit it and put it on our calendar to revisit at a later time? Gary, what would that look like? I mean, I'm just wondering if we should, I don't see this problem going away. I see us looping back. But
If you want to continue meeting as the budget committee, you recess today and you must meet again within the next 5 calendar days.
okay,
Or another option, remember, this is the budget committee, you make a recommendation to the board of directors. So you could approve a budget today that is proposed, and then the board of directors, you can make changes as you can on any other budget before you do final adoption on June 17th. That's not.
I'm just, so to me, this is a process question at this point. And I don't know what is in, what do my colleagues think? It doesn't sound like we're precluding reassessing something if we need to.
If I
just-
may, I'm
Just, no, it's okay,
Go
Elizabeth.
ahead,
Just kind of like, just make a call, but with the knowledge on record that
I think what I'm hearing Commissioner Schrader ask is, could the Budget Committee reconvene again, like the Clackamas County Budget Committee, we meet quarterly. Does the ELED Budget Committee meet quarterly, or could they have a set meeting at another quarter and bring this up at a regular quarter Budget Committee meeting to
Right,
discuss?
it's just a process, it's a process, and it's, I have no, I can go either way, but I'm just saying if we want to move this along.
Commissioner West?
Just a quick question. So we're, two positions, what we're talking about here, what the LED can support. What happens to those two positions if we adopt this budget as presented today?
They're going to go on, but then we can always just.
The positions will be absorbed in one of the other funds where we have.
They will not lose their we will not be laying off.
No.
Okay. Okay.
Commissioners?
So just procedurally, again, regard to the recess, if we line item budget, how long will that take to prepare a budget that's line itemed? Certainly can't do it today.
30 minutes.
30 minutes?
It's published in OpenGov. All the data's there. It's put it on a piece of paper for you.
Wow.
Why don't we just do it today?
Then shall we just recess and come back?
If you all agree, you could take a short break and we can present that information to you today.
Would that be for the citizens as well?
Yeah, all of you, yes.
Okay, I can move some stuff around. Can you make, you're retired, so.
I don't have to worry.
Yeah, give me a few minutes here. So do we need to do a motion to recess, or how's this work?
No, the chair can make that decision unless the committee overrules you. Elizabeth, how much time do you need to publish that, to print that? How much time do you need to print those documents? Can we take a 20-minute break?
Yeah, let's recess for 20 minutes. Thank you. Okay, call to order. We want to continue the discussion on the budget for the ELED. Elizabeth, do you have some numbers you guys want to present, or what were the next steps on this?
Yes, the line item documents, please.
So apologies that we're at a different printer, and so it's taking a little bit longer to get things sent. I apologize.
It's all right.
Technology.
I don't know about you all, I can't see that very well. It needs to be.
I either need binoculars or a magnifying glass.
Yeah.
I do need, there's,
This writing is
This-
so
the-
small.
there we go.
This-
One
The
from-
ELED, I can't read it.
I have glasses, I can't even read it.
I can't read it with my glasses on either. I go, I need a magnifying
It's for
glass.
fleas. The fleas can read it.
Oh, that's
What are
way
you-
better,
where about?
Andrew. Thank you.
Okay. I'm near Fred Meyer, Fred Meyer, about down Oakfield, between Oakfield and McLaughlin and Risley and Oak Grove Boulevard.
Yep.
Maple and,
Okay. Okay. Yeah, you're just down the street from the Oak Lodge Sanitary, the water. Yeah, because there's a maple.
Want to walk up, in fact, a notification, my water bill today. But, no, I just looked at it. And I was gonna say,
Let's find a developer.
the one place that,
You guys don't want to go.
try and not push something or pass something, is, Willamette View and the roads, but what do you have? Almost 5,000 now?
Their own voting precinct.
Well, and I'll tell you
Okay.
what, they're seniors. They believe in law enforcement, they believe in libraries, they believe in everything. So,
Oh, you got some soup too.
thank you.
How was it? I don't, when I'm out of places, I have to be really careful about what I eat. It makes me bloaty, you know. So I brought lunch and it's like, okay, I'm just gonna stick with it.
You're close by the river too. That's which.
Yeah, it's just a short walk down the river. And you got the Riverdale Park, which I never knew existed.
Sorry. That was a stalling technique as they're still being printed.
I know,
so
I
I'm going
totally
very
get it
slow.
now. I see you're getting your steps in though, right?
Okay, and I have one more page I owe you, so there's 3 there. We'll get you the fourth.
Thank you.
I'm not worried about a fire.
Mr. Chair, just a reminder that the mics are still live since we have not gavelled out.
This is not.
Thank you. Thank you.
Not yet.
No.
No one's sitting there. I'm kind of straddling these two.
What is interest income? Interest income.
Well, it's zeroed out on that, so sometimes if we have like money that the treasurer puts aside.
Is that, if
we
you have
get
an
a little bit of
extra,
interest in.
I'd like.
So, in the CSO, it shows you that we have an interest income, so there's.
That's a question to ask. I would ask the question.
Oh, this is nice.
Because there's another thing too, is that what's the debt paying off? Just a question. They're paying debt for what?
Okay, county finance, would you like to kind of talk us through?
I hope Oregon Timber made all this
Kinda
paper.
Let us know how much in the weeds we want to get.
Okay.
I'm gonna have-
Oh, okay. So Sandra Montoya, Budget Manager. What you have before you is an explosion of the exact same documents you have in your book. So this is the Enhanced Law Enforcement Fund. We call it Fund 216, and the Sheriff Department is Department 21. So the only thing you have different is on the last page, we've added for you the ELED payroll, Department 80, so that you could do some comparisons. The Department 80 is in Clackamas County budget, which we won't get into until the end of the afternoon or today, but it's not for this committee, but just so you have comparison. And if you look, the bolded on the revenues and the expenses, the bolded categories are aligned to the categories that you have in your budget book. So where it says taxes, and if I'm looking at 23-24, 8,338,623, that will match the number that you have in your budget packet. And so again, the bolded lines will match what you have in your report. And then the subcategories, you can see that taxes is made up of 3 account codes: current year taxes, delinquent taxes, and interest and penalty property taxes. That is the subtotal, or those individual accounts roll up to make up taxes in your budget. And that's the way every single category and subcategory will go for the revenue and the expenses. And I don't know if you need any more than that.
That works for me, thank you.
So that's a question mark, right?
So I have two, I hopefully simple questions. And number one is, what's the interest income derived from? And what is the debt service paying for?
So the interest income on property taxes is for people, it gets charged to people who are delinquent on their property tax. And the county will charge that. And then when the people pay, if, let's say they pay 2 years late, they're going to have an interest charge and a penalty charge. And then the county receives that as revenue.
Right.
And then the debt, 25-26 is the last year for the debt service, and that was for an IGA between Clackamas County Community College and the sheriff's office. I'm not certain the specific item that it covered or the capital item that it covered, but this 25-26 is the last fiscal year of that debt service.
It was the Bowman Building and PSDC area down there, on 82nd.
Okay. Which is located where?
Right on Sunnybrook, right up when you first turn in.
Okay.
In that corner, that's where training and other building is, right there.
Right. So that was considered north, right? North Station?
Yeah, yes, yep.
Okay. And does that whole property, including the Public Safety Center, does ELED own that? Who owns the ELED? ELED owns the North Station, it sounds like. So does ELED own the rest of the property all the way to?
I think the county owns, I think whether or not it's the district, debt service now for the North Station, Bowman Building is paid off, is considered county property, all of that.
Yeah, if I may clarify too, ELED, the district does not have any assets, but it contributes to paying for those assets, but it does not have any assets.
So it's paying its fair share?
Correct.
Okay, all right.
Just to kind of do a reset, so we did the recess, we're resetting here to basically go over this additional information, because you've got the line items for us.
Yes.
I kind of want to stay from getting, a lot of information here, we can probably stay here 5 hours. So our goal here is to either try to get the ELED budget passed, or we have a few more days afterwards, is that correct? My face, Gary?
Yeah, so you have three options for process. You either decide today by 2:30, which is your hard stop.
Great.
You can agree to meet again within the next 5 days, or you approve something today and the board of directors can make a final decision when they adopt in June.
Okay.
Three options.
Perfect, all right, so that's what we're working towards.
And Chair, if I could point something out. So Department 80, you'll see that the total payroll number that's detailed is $5,874,229. So again, on your last page for 26-27, you'll see personnel costs of $5,874,229. That will not match identically to the budget for ELED, but I'm going to walk you through how to get to that number fairly close. In the ELED budget, under contract employees, it's the second page, 43160 is the account code number. That's contract employees. You're going to see a number that says $5,880,195. The difference in that is just some small timing differences, and it's probably workers' comp that gets charged separately. But what happens with these budgets for the districts is we process the payroll in Clackamas County, and approximately 2 to 4 weeks after that payroll is processed, the districts reimburse Clackamas County. So any differences in that is a small timing difference, but other than that, you have the payroll in Department 80 that flows to the district as a materials and service cost in the district budget.
Okay.
May I make a recommendation,
Yeah.
Mr. Carpenter? I think it might be best to go over the materials and services expenditures rather than going over line by line, because we're trying to find money to fund deputies, so to speak. So perhaps anything over $100,000 or whatever the number is, so we can get through get through this as we try to find that money. So,
That works for me.
Sorry, go ahead.
I don't know if we're gonna go line by line publicly and just like look at it. I already have two things that have jumped out to me that I have questions about. I don't know if we each just kind of take a quick look at it and then just throw our questions out there, or how we're progressing to make the best use of our time.
Yeah, let's do that too. Yeah, let's go answer your questions on that. Let's try to
Okay.
stay out of diving into everything to the, like you said.
So as I take a quick glance at this, and there's two things that quickly stand out as big changes. I look at 44,150, that's fuel. We were in FY 25-26 projections, it was $89,004. In FY 26-27, that has now jumped to $204,799. And then related to that, if you jump to line 45260, that's vehicle repair and maintenance. That went from $144,348 to $405,166. Beyond, the only thing I can think of, I have no idea why something like that would increase. I would love to learn that. The only thing I can think of is just recently, over the last 90 days, we've seen a large increase in some fuel costs because of the Iran conflict. But Oregon has always had quite a high fuel cost, and I don't know if these, I just don't know what the determinant of why those numbers jump so high beyond temporary fuel cost increases.
Thank you, Commissioner West. The main reason is we were not budgeted sufficiently for those expenditures in the ELED, so the general fund has been absorbing those ELED expenditures. So the projections of expenditures in the ELED are lower because we did not have the money in the ELED to pay for them.
Okay.
I'd also like to call out a pretty big discrepancy on the
Sure.
last page.
Sure.
Because I think we'll get there eventually, but this is very large. Underline, let's see. No, I'm sorry, get my pages mixed up a little bit here. Yeah,
Okay.
underline 41,130 overtime. You can see that the projections this year are 395,064.
I don't have any.
I've got.
I have zero.
Yeah, we have, ours is zeroed out.
I got a number here, 41,130.
What do I have here then?
The last page with about 2/3 of it, half of it filled out.
Into the, in the county fund?
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, there's actually two pages. It's that one, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, I see that, yes.
Okay,
41,130?
yeah. Because of issues with the APOS, we had to include the incentive pays for all of the staff members that we could not include in the APOS in this line. So that was the only way to capture the expense to present a realistic budget for the ELED, and that's why that's such a significant difference.
That's for the new salary structure essentially?
Yep.
Or if they get certified, they get a raise, that sort of thing?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. Among other things, yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
PERS, taxes, other obligations that are attached to those, so.
Perfect, thank you.
Can I ask another question?
Yeah, go ahead.
How many deputies and sergeants are funded by the ELED, and how many other personnel that are not those ranks? And if they're not in rank of deputy or sergeant, what is their job duty within ELED?
No, I don't. So in the ELED, the vast majority of them, we'll just talk about the 36.
Well, the
total.
24.
You want to
The
do the 24?
26, the 26.
The 26, okay. The 26 that we're talking about, one is a lieutenant that oversees all those. There are 6, which will be 5 sergeants, and then the rest are all deputies. There are no other professional staff in the LED. They're all sworn.
Let's see.
So 20.
Are there any non-working positions within ELED?
What do you, I'm sorry, non-working?
Non-working?
Anybody retired, working back, work backs? Anybody?
Not that I'm aware of.
that anybody retired, has the lieutenant retired and now is doing a work back, or is that?
We have a
ELED.
investigations lieutenant.
It's on ELED.
No, it's not ELED.
Okay. And then I guess my follow-up question is, are the deputies and sergeants being paid for by the ELED assigned to work districts that are within the ELED map as shown on the sheriff's website? So are they specifically working within that ELED district specifically when they're being paid by the ELED?
I can answer that. So when I became sheriff, we had a difficult time sharing stats and calls for service, particularly in the ELED. And so the ELED is the most populated, as Chair Carpenter said, areas of the county. And so not only do you have ELED deputies, but you have levy deputies, you have general funded deputies working those areas. So we don't have assignments per se for ELED because the ELED is spread out through the county. But I can tell you that the most populated areas and the most crime and the most proactive areas for the deputies are the ELED, North County, 99, 82nd areas.
So is that, yes, they're primarily focused within the district when they're funded by the ELED, or are they not always working within the district?
I would say that they would be working primarily in those districts because that has our highest calls for service.
So what's the difference between an ELED deputy and one who's not an ELED deputy if they're all working that exact same district?
There's no difference. There's no cars that are marked ELED. They're all utility and serve based on calls for service typically.
Does an ELED deputy often get pulled away from the district to do work outside of it if they're being paid by the ELED?
I don't think I would characterize that. So I think that the majority of our deputies are serving where our most populated areas are, and that was within the ELED.
Okay.
And on our website, if you want to look at stats and the boundaries, we do have a map overlay. We worked with county GIS to as a level of transparency to see where those districts are and the calls for service, and the heat maps are very interesting.
Okay, thank you.
Cindy, did you have something?
Just a couple of comments. I know people like to
Mike.
talk.
Mike?
I don't want anybody to hear me. I know people like to talk about indirect and cost allocation and reducing that. And I just want to remind people that the costs don't go away. If you reduce that in the ELED, those costs will show up in another fund, either levy or general fund. So, and I guess I would just have one question, Patrick, on the overtime again, the $900,000. It was my understanding that the ad pays were about 30% of the overtime budget, because that's how, that was included. 30% of that was due to ad pays. Is that correct? I thought it was about that, yeah.
Not sure where that number is, but for the sake of
Yeah,
discussion, let's.
so that would be, I mean, to me, that's the only one that there might, you may want more of a breakdown, because it's still a big jump.
Right.
If
So-
it's
So
30%.
it's add to pays,
Yeah.
it's additional PERS obligations, it's additional payroll tax obligations, it's
Right.
additional health insurance obligations that we could not add to the APOS, in addition to holiday pay.
Thanks.
Commissioner Savas?
So if I recall right, in response to Commissioner West's question, 1 lieutenant, 6 sergeants, and the rest patrol? Was that right? Is that what I heard?
5 sergeants.
5 sergeants, okay. So is that typical? I mean, is that the right ratio? I mean, typically, just asking the question. I don't have no idea, it's your business, but I'm curious.
Yeah, I think span of control, that's probably about correct, looking at Chair Roberts, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And then Patrick, all that work you did in our work group setting with the ad to pays and all that, you think we captured it here? I mean, in all your work, I mean, you got the 24 number recommendation.
Yep.
I see it's 23 here. I don't know why, but yeah. But
Neither do we.
We got it covered, you feel?
Absolutely. We did a thorough analysis of the existing staff within the ELED, right? there's a lot of factors that can change, as you've learned, and Commissioner Helm learned in participating in those work groups, and the board has learned through our discussions. And there's a bump every 6 months. There's a lot of different factors that could change that number, but to the best of our ability and much more precise than we have been able to in the past, I think, I'm confident in that number.
Okay. And I know that, you and I have talked about it, but not in any great detail recently, but, I know that we got, in the next several months, hopefully we can get better handle on the vehicle side of the world, right? So we still have some work to do there, but this is pretty close, you feel, on the vehicle side?
On the vehicle repair and maintenance side?
Well, the overall, the fleet, everything's associated with fleet, whether it's the cars being fully costed out for ELED and the maintenance and, fuel's obviously spelled out here, but.
Yeah, I mean, we don't budget specifically for ELED vehicles or Fund 100 vehicles or levy vehicles. It's a fleet, right? And we anticipate what our entire fleet cost will be for within the 3 funds and the staff assigned in those funds and the vehicles assigned to them. And we allocate those out to the funds by vehicles assigned to those funds. So this is the ELED portion of the overall repair and maintenance of the repair and maintenance for the overall fleet of the sheriff's office, not we just can't do it by ELED assigned vehicles, levy assigned vehicles, or Fund 100 vehicles, so.
Okay.
Last question.
Mr.
So,
West.
if there's 5 sergeants, please help me, because we said 24, the number on here says 23 positions. I want to make sure I understand that correctly before we move forward. My understanding is that there's 5 sergeants, I think you guys just stated that, and there's 17 deputies, that's 22. And I don't know who the other ones, I'm a little confused on where, getting back to my original question, I'm a little confused on what's where. And whoever's not a deputy and a sergeant, what are those positions?
Lieutenant.
There's a lieutenant.
1 lieutenant, 5 sergeants, and the rest are sworn officers.
So, yes, so there's 1 lieutenant.
Okay.
5 sergeants.
5 sergeants.
18 deputies.
18, so that's 23.
24.
We have 23 funded on this last
That's what it
page.
says.
Yeah,
It's actually,
that's what I see.
yeah, my numbers show 24, so.
24 is the number, 23, I guess we did submit that. When we submitted this, we may have reran numbers or something and found another one, but we're pretty confident in the 24 number.
It was a 417, so.
Yeah. And all 23 are sworn deputies, right? Are sworn officers, all of them are?
Yes.
And so
You got this, yeah.
all but one of them is a lieutenant? Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and all those positions are currently, they're filled working positions right now today? All of that, all
I believe-
24?
I believe so.
Or 23, whatever.
I believe they are, but I will have to go back and check and
Okay.
make sure, but I believe they all are.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Helm?
So back in 23, 24, professional services were at 516,568. And that, can you just explain that, why it went away? What was that for?
We've, I'm sorry, before I answer, let me make sure, I think I know the answer, but I want to make sure. What's, we changed the way that we code expenses. Professional services is a broad, it's too broad of a grouping to identify really what we're spending money on. So we found more appropriate expenditure categories.
So they
to
were
classify
put in
those
different
expenses.
categories. Okay, that explains it. And then my other question is, on the last page, 41210, fringe benefits. because I've always thought that vacation and overtime and all that was fringe benefits, but it's a separate line item.
What's the number on that, 4-1?
41210, 922,293.
Okay. So what are those?
What are they? Yeah,
Oh.
give me like what's the description of a fringe benefit? Just for my own benefit.
Sure, it's,
Oh, there it is.
I think insurance is part of it. Maybe Sandra, or Elizabeth, you can provide more specifics on what is classified under the fringe benefit expenditure category.
Insurance is already a different line item, though.
Oh, okay, my apologies.
And so is vacation, and so is PERS, and so is taxes and family paid leave. That's why I'm wondering what's under fringe
Yeah,
benefits.
Sandra or Elizabeth, can you assist, please? What is fringe benefits?
Fringe benefits is the health benefits. It's it could be, I'm trying to think, medical, dental, vision.
Health. So it's
Those
health.
are those.
Okay, that's okay. That's what I was wondering. Thank you.
And then you may be referring to this insurance liability line on the first page. That's the county, that's the ELED's contribution to the risk fund.
Oh, I
believe.
see. Okay, so it's specifically health insurance then.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That helps a lot.
But that's, okay.
Commissioner Salas?
Yeah, I guess I'm looking at the first page and maybe the second page. So under the 25, 26 amended quarter three, a lot of blank spots there. And the projections are, it just looks like comparatively from the other numbers, the projections look either empty or low. Not all of them, but why is quarter three? Shouldn't they have been posted by now? Or is that because of posting?
No, it's because of the budget last year. We did not, so a lot happened last year. I think we would all agree. We were under the gun to present, after the discussions and the budget committee hearings, we were under the gun to enter a valid, balanced budget in OpenGov, which means we had to, at the time, remove most materials and services, if not all materials and services budget in order to balance, knowing that there were going to be ELED expenses within that. Because of some vacancies and things like that, we were able to post some materials and services expenditures, which you'll see the actuals or the projections, I guess, but not all of them for the ELED. The commitment this year was for us to submit a clean budget of what it's going to cost to run the ELED, not only including staff, but every penny of materials and services costs.
So it's really, that was a result of cleanup and kind of correcting and piecing back together essentially what it should have been, as best you know. But today's numbers for this year forward are for fiscal year 26, 27, that's remedied. But when we're looking at 25, 26, we're just looking at something you just try to piece together to make it.
We had like a day to present or enter a balanced budget into OpenGov. That's the decision that we made to do that. For a very short period of time, not, may have been more than a day, but it was a very short period of time.
Gary, remember the three options again?
All right. You can finish your work here in the next 27 minutes. You can agree that you want to meet again, so you'll recess and meet again within the next 5 days, which really would be Thursday or Friday. Or you can approve something today, and then the board of directors themselves can always modify whatever this committee decides before final budget adoption. If I may, committee, I'm not seeing anywhere on this list where you could cut or trim. It's pretty tight. So if you want to reinstate those two positions, it'll be county general fund, or you don't do it at all.
Chair Roberts?
Yeah, I mean, I would propose we move forward with the proposed budget. And at this point, I would not support adding those other two positions
out of the general fund on this, unfortunately.
I
I
agree.
think
Yeah, I would
just
agree
trying
with
to
that,
true
too.
this up
Yeah.
is what's really important. You're seeing numbers moved around because they're trying to juggle. So I just think the best thing for us is to true it up. Let's look forward to how we get out of this.
Yeah. I agree with that.
I will now entertain a motion on the budget.
I move that we, the Enhanced Law Enforcement Budget Committee, approve the budget for FY 26-27 in the amount of $9,205,601 with appropriations of $9,205,601 as presented and imposed the district's maximum permanent tax rate of 7.7198 cents per 1,000 of assessed value within the district boundaries.
Could you reread the rate for the tax, please?
The rate for the tax would be 0.7198 cents per 1,000.
I heard an errand
I
period.
did,
so
I did
wanna-
too. I did too. Sorry. I thought someone was going to catch up.
Looking for a second.
I'll second that.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the Enhanced Law Enforcement District Budget Committee approve the budget for fiscal year 26-27 in the amount of $9,205,601 with appropriations of $9,205,601 as presented and impose the district's maximum permanent tax of 0.7198 cents per 1,000 of assessed value within district boundaries. Is there any further discussion?
Yeah, just clarification that it's this and it's 24 positions,
Yes.
right?
Correct.
Because it says 23 there. When I hold up this, it says 23. So it's the line item budget at 24 positions,
Correct.
for the record. All right.
No? Sandra's saying no.
Hold on. That's not correct?
No.
Okay.
So Gary, what they have in their funded positions is 23 funded. So what that means is they have a total of 36 full-time positions, but we've got 13 positions in here where they've cleared out the budget, so they're unfunded for 26-27 in order to meet the revenue expectation.
So what we're saying is that we can't afford 24, we can afford 23.
Correct.
All right,
Okay.
my apologies.
So, Billy, got a question?
Sure.
So it's listed under, when you go, I think this is .gov, but Enhanced Law Enforcement District, you can, the positions are listed out and it's 23.
Okay.
It's just, it's all listed names and then I guess that's an employee or job number attached to that name. Or I don't know what that is, like, I don't know exactly what those numbers are that are attached to it, but you can see it and it's 20, you can count it, it's 23.
It is 23.
So, yeah, so the.
So it's
just
not
to-
24.
Just to restate, it is 23, it's 23 positions. And then I'm willing to move forward with the motion, but I do want clarification if we are going to strike out the vacants. Or is that something we do in the future? Or can we do that afterwards?
You could do that out, you could do it as a board before you adopt. When you adopt, you could do that then, yes.
Okay. All right. I'm good.
We good?
Um,
Yep, go ahead.
Just a clarification, because those positions are listed as vacant, there's 1 month worth of funding for each one of those positions in the budget. If they were eliminated, there would be no funding for them. So there are those dollars in the budget.
That was that
We're told they're
rough
all
number
filled.
that Chair Roberts and I were I monetized that he was bringing out the 16,000. So it's that number there that's in here that should be cleaned out.
Oh, and I'm sorry, I have to clarify this. Cost allocations is charged 2 years in arrears. So cost allocations, what you see in the budget today is for services that each of the departments received 2 years ago. We have to wait for the audits to be done, and once the audits are done, the federal reimbursement rules say that we can only use audited numbers. So we have to wait until we have audited figures, and then we charge that. What that means is there's always going to be a gap between what is charged and what the real cost is. That's one item. But two is that even if you eliminate a position today, that doesn't mean that those allocations will go away. In 2 years, if the cost driver is a full-time position, then they'll go away. So it's a little bit of a nuance, but I don't want to mislead you in thinking that 16,000 per position would go away if you eliminated a position. In 2 years, yes, that will
But
happen.
it won't have an immediate impact then, right?
Correct.
But I think that what I was trying to say is those dollars, if the positions were eliminated, Sandra's right, it wouldn't impact cost allocation, but it would free up those dollars to be used for something else.
Within the ELED.
Yes.
So can we fix that in a couple weeks? Okay. Just get the ball rolling.
Go ahead, Patrick.
Yep, thank you. We submitted an APOS for 23 positions. However, because it was mentioned earlier, we cannot submit a vacant position in APOS. We always have to have it vacant for at least a month. With those savings from those vacant positions where we get a month's worth of funding, we're able to hire 24 and maintain 24 people throughout the year.
I got it, yeah.
Thank you.
I got that.
Oh, okay.
Was like delayed, yeah.
Yeah, okay,
Okay.
thank you.
So they're eliminating them then.
We good?
You have your card up, Ben?
No, I just
Okay.
didn't put it back down.
So I think we're ready to.
Hearing no
call for
further discussion, clerk, would you please call the poll?
Commissioner Helm,
Aye.
Commissioner Savis,
the- Aye.
Commissioner Schrader,
Aye.
Commissioner West,
Aye.
Mr. Welter,
Aye.
Chair Roberts,
Aye.
Chair Carpenter.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0, Mr. Chair.
Is there any further business before this committee?
I have one comment in general, not applied to this per se, but it would be nice to see, it's already too late because the book's already printed for all departments. This is not about CCSO, it's everything. To see the 25-26 budgeted amount, not just the amended.
Yeah,
I'd like to know where we started.
yeah.
And then where we landed. And this is unusual not to see the budgeted amount that we approved last year.
Right. I agree. Yeah.
One comment as well, just stepping out of the role, is we got to a lot of detail on this, going line by line. I'm just curious, as the other departments come forth during budget week, if you guys will be going to this level of detail with them as well, when there's discrepancies, when asking for more. I mean, is that something we can expect just as citizens of Clackamas County? Or is it just the sheriff's department we're going to dive in on this one?
Well, I'm hoping we get this for Fund 100 as well, and the levy. I mean, this helps a lot.
Yeah.
And it does kind of, because we went through this work group, and there's been some, you've corrected a lot of things and put things in columns, categories where they weren't before. This just kind of spells it out for it. It's much easier to see in this format, I think. So I would like to see it for this, anyway.
Okay.
Just me.
The general fund, Fund 100, is the one that's stressed the most.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. So the other departments coming forth, there'll be some level of detail as well like this, just to kind of see. Thank you.
Are you saying?
All right, hearing no other comments, this committee's adjourned. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Are you saying you want
Spent a lot of time.
No, just for Fund 100.